now just
Greetings, everybody.
greetings, everybody.
Dumela,
Dumela,
Jinjani,
Jinjani,
Goeiemorgen, dames en
Goeiemorgen, dames
heren.
en heren.
Am I audible?
Am I audible?
Okay. Thank you very much for
Thank you
joining
very
us.
much
Thank
for
you.
joining
We
us. Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
We appreciate
We are
it.
starting,
We are
slightly
starting
later
slightly
than
later
intended.
than intended.
Just wanted to give
Just
everybody
wanted
an
to give
opportunity
everybody an
to be able to
opportunity
join us
to be
in the
able to
room.
join us in the room.
My name is Matsa
My name is
Kusipo.
Matsa
I
Kusipo.
am
I
going to be your
am
program
going to be your
director
program
for the
director
next 2
for the
days.
next 2
I
days.
stand here
I stand
in my
here
capacity,
in my
first of all,
capacity, first of
as
all,
somebody
as somebody who
in
believes in
regeneration, as a
regeneration,
culture,
as a culture,
future,
as a
but
future.
my work
But
exists
my
in
work exists in
broadcasting,
broadcasting,
in radio,
in
I
television.
currently
I currently
have a radio
have a
program
radio
that
program
I
that
run, and
I
I
run, and I
that we
insist
speak about
that we speak
agriculture
about
on that particular
agriculture on
radio
that
show
particular radio
on
show
Channel Africa.
on
Thank you
Channel
very
Africa.
much
Thank you very
for
much
being here,
for being
everybody,
here,
in your
everybody,
capacity
in your
as a
capacity as a
researcher, as a
researcher, as a
scientist, as a
scientist,
steward, as a farmer,
farmer,
just somebody who's
just somebody
curious.
who's
Whatever the
curious,
capacity
whatever the
that you are
capacity
in
that you
this
are
room
in this room
as is
as
valuable,
is
it is
valuable,
noted,
it is
it is
noted,
very,
it is
very
very,
important.
very important.
I'd like to mention that today is a Regenerative Futures Essay Conference for the year 2026. It is an inaugural conference, as it were. But what I do want to acknowledge is that it's not a conference for the sake of a conference. We are building a new infrastructure in peer-to-peer conversations, ladies and gentlemen. It's no longer a hierarchical situation. We're going to have economists, we're going to have policymakers speak to researchers. We really are going to rebuild and figure out what regenerative futures and cultures are essentially about. So we're not gathered here because we are so arrogant that we think we have all the answers. We you don't have all
You
the
don't have
answers.
all the answers.
But I think what is so critical about today's meeting and gathering is that we are going to speak progressively, and we're going to find the solutions together. And I think that that is very important to note for today. So a very landmark moment for South African agriculture and its supporting fraternities as well, as we really begin to explore what is possible. And I think it is in that space of possibility that we can really thrive. Kagiso Trust has convened this particular gathering for us. I'd like us to give them a round of applause. Not only because they've convened today's space, but because Kagiso Trust is a SINS organization. A wonderful friend of mine who works in marketing, at some point had won the Apprentice South Africa, says everybody wants to have a SINS organization or a SINS company. So Kagiso Trust is celebrating 41 years of existence this year. And I think that is not an easy thing to accomplish. They have seen all the various trajectories and timelines in South Africa, and they're still here to tell the story. And we're very grateful. Of course, Kagiso Trust has partnered with Food Form Zazi, which is Southern Africa's fastest growing agricultural media platform. And I think it's wonderful that they are here to amplify the stories and the voices as we speak today, and to help in the conversation around innovation, which is essentially what today is about. I'd like to start also by acknowledging Dr. Mangodi Moidze and the Kagiso Trust executive team who are joining us at the round table this morning. Ms. Mangone Nzaba and the Kagiso Trust board are here today. Free State MC, Ms. Elzeby Rockman. Representative of national government in the
Chief
room,
Executive
Chief
Officers,
Executive
leaders
Officers,
of agricultural enterprises,
investors, funders, development partners, welcome to you all, members of academia, researchers, technical experts, and members of the media. Thank you all for being here. And not to forget that central to this conversation is the farmer. So thank you to the farmer who joins us in the room. I believe that we've got farmers that travel from seven different parts of the provinces, as it were, to join us today. So it is very, very important. The tone that we'd like to set today is conversational. It is learning from one another. I did mention the peer-to-peer conversations that are going to be elevated in this new conference infrastructure that Kagiso Trust is trying to build at this time, ladies and gentlemen. So as we begin and as we gather, just a few housekeeping rules. I do believe to my right is where the bathrooms are, and we are of course running this conference as a paperless event. So if you would like to get a hold of the program, there is a QR code that you have access to. On your round tables, there's also links to join the Wi-Fi, as it were. So all of that is on there. If you're a social media person, you can just use the following hashtags. Hashtag RegenSA2026. Hashtag RegenSA2026. Kagiso Trust, as well as a hashtag, and hashtag RegenAgri2026. If you can remember at least one, we'd be very grateful. At least one. Okay, so as we, of course, prepare the formalities and to open today's gathering, as it were, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome on stage to join us the chairperson of Kagiso Trust, Me Mangone Nzaba, who will give us a few words and a prayer as we open. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, everyone. That's a bit dead. Good morning, friends. Yes, distinguished guests, farmers, researchers, practitioners, business leaders, policy makers, partners, colleagues, and friends in general. Good morning. On behalf of Kagiso Trust, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this Regenerative Agriculture Conference. We are honored to have you within our midst today and grateful for the knowledge, experience, and perspectives that you bring to this important conversation about the future of agriculture in South Africa. I think the word regenerative is self-explanatory. New, modernizing, doing new things, innovating. And remember, sometimes innovation is not about rocket science, but it's about taking things that we already have, repackaging them differently, and getting a different outcome. So in Kagiso Trust, we have a number of pillars. Those of you who come from the Free State will remember our education pillar in the Free State. We are now into agriculture, we are into local governance, and we are into civil society organization. Now, through our socio-economic development pillar, we continue to support inclusive economic participation by creating opportunities for entrepreneurship, enterprise development, and sustainable livelihoods. Agriculture remains a critical part of this journey. It is not only a sector that produces food, it is a sector that can create dignity, strengthen rural economies, and connect communities to meaningful economic opportunity. Remember, we are not just about food, but we are about human dignity, job creation, employment, and employability. Over time, our approach to agriculture has evolved. We have moved beyond viewing communities and farmers as recipients of support, but we recognize them as partners in this journey of innovation and co-creation in a shared development journey. The shift reflects our belief that sustainable transformation happens when people are equipped with knowledge, resources, confidence, and lead change themselves. Our tagline of Kagiso Trust, igniting human capacity. So in everything that we do, we've realized that we don't just focus on the content of what we do, but we focus on growing people. Then the people can do what they want to do when they are empowered. Focusing on the content of what you do, it means that you'll be doing that for the rest of your life, and nobody else will do it. But if you focus on growing people to do what they want to do, it's a better option. So igniting human capacity is our tagline. South African agriculture is a powerful example of resilience and innovation. Our farmers continue to demonstrate remarkable adaptability, excellence, contributing significantly to our economy and food security. However, the sector is navigating increasingly complex challenges, from climate change, water scarcity, to rising production costs, market pressures, inequality, and the need to create greater opportunities for young people. I don't even want to touch on the challenge of foot and mouth disease, which is something that was never expected, but it's really challenging our farmers as we speak. The question before us is therefore not only how to produce more, but how to produce differently. It is not only about how we grow food, but how we grow people, strengthen communities, and while protecting the ecosystems that sustain us. At Kagiso Trust, our influence, build, grow pathway reflects this philosophy. We begin by influencing mindsets and creating awareness. Then we build the capacity through practical interventions and partnerships, and we enable growth by supporting models that can be sustained and scaled. This conference represents an extension of that commitment. Our focus on regenerative and climate-smart agriculture speaks to the future where agricultural productivity, environmental responsibility, and community well-being are all interconnected. We have our team here from our social economic development pillar, led by our esteemed Quintin. Where's Quintin? Where's Quinton? He abdicated. All right. We'll talk about that later during our bonus cycle, Quinton. Those who are here can tell him that I was looking for him and he's not here. Quinton has a team, and we are already advancing this work through the enhancement of agricultural models. Remember, there's not one model that solves it all. We are here to come and hear about different models, different people who are intelligent enough to present their models so that we begin to bring all these solutions together. Our work with rural farmers, including our partnership with retailers, commodity organizations, and farmer organizations, demonstrates that what is possible when stakeholders come together around a common purpose. By supporting farmers with these partners, we are seeing how inclusive participation can contribute to both social and economic transformation. This perhaps speaks to a broader principle that guides our work. The principle is that sustainable prosperity depends on the strength of the relationships between people, institutions, and the natural environment. Regeneration is therefore not only about restoring land, it is about restoring possibilities, creating systems where communities, businesses, and ecosystems can thrive together. In our continuing work within the agricultural sector, Kagiso Trust remains committed to enabling greater participation. Through our aggregation models and capacity building initiatives, we are supporting farmers towards sustainable growth-oriented enterprises that can compete in broader markets. As we engage throughout the next 2 days, I encourage us to approach these conversations with curiosity, firstly, humility, and openness. Openness, hear one another. The purpose of this gathering is not to promote one solution, but to create a platform where ideas, experience, and innovation can come together to shape a more resilient agricultural future. In over 4 decades of the Kagiso Trust journey, we have recognized that this milestone belongs to the communities, to the partners, and individuals who have walked along us. Our greatest achievement is not only the programs we have implemented, but the people who have been empowered to lead solutions and create change within their own communities. The challenge before us is therefore not only to grow food, I want to emphasize, it's about people. Food is one thing, but without people, there can be no growth in food. So we want to focus on the people. We are increasingly recognizing this interconnectedness. The future of farming cannot be separated from our communities. The future, our communities cannot be separated from the health of our ecosystems. And the future of our ecosystems cannot be separated from the choices we make today and going forward. It is for this reason that Kagiso Trust has chosen to convene this conference. Not because we claim to have the answers, but because we believe that some questions are too important to be explored in isolation. May this conference strengthen partnerships, inspire new thinking, and contribute towards building an agricultural sector that is inclusive, sustainable, and future-ready. The future of agriculture will be shaped by our collective ability to adapt, collaborate, and steward the resources upon which generations depend. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Hope we will travel together for a long, long time. And I wish you a meaningful and productive and inspired conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I hope that you heard that, ladies and gentlemen, igniting human capacity, not igniting AI capacity. I think it's important that we mention that. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you. We appreciate it. I also just wanted to take a moment actually to acknowledge those that are streaming with us, the guests and delegation that is streaming online on the various platforms. We are streaming via the Food from Zazi pages, as I believe, as well as Kagiso Trust. So thank you very much for joining us. If you are online, we really appreciate that you took the time to participate. YouTube and Facebook, I believe, is where we are currently streaming. So thank you very much. Before we get into our keynote, as we begin the day, as we progress with the day, I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen, I did want to mention that as the conveners of this inaugural gathering, Kagiso Trust has long understood the meaning of what it means to have conversations, but also to pivot into partnerships, into innovation and learning, as we heard from Mensaba, who gave us her keynote as well to begin the day. So with that, we'd like to showcase a short film that is basically going to give you and I a glimpse into the vision and the values that underpin the importance of the work at Kagiso Trust.
Kagiso Trust has always had multiple programs. And yes, education, that's where we had maybe one of the most or popularly known. And I think it's because of the impact more than the inputs and the work we put in. I think what it has created in communities, success for the learners, and the ability to contribute towards systemic change. So we've always seen the agriculture, which is part of socio-economic development, by the way, in Kagiso Trust. Actually, it's the same side of the same coin. We saw the challenges in the country. You know, we've always said triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, inequality. Now to that we have added climate change, food security. And as we work with rural communities and with township, we see these places as where these challenges are much more pronounced. And for us, agriculture became an exciting opportunity because it sits right in the middle of that intersection, if you like, that spot where it can begin to talk to a number of issues around what the country is grappling with. So it became an organic input into what we are doing. So hopefully you will know us more on what Kagiso Trust is doing to actually ignite human capacity to participate in economic activity through agri as well.
We've seen that regenerative agricultural practices is something that should be given more attention. It's something that should be shared with more farmers, and it's something that can help our farmers become more resilient and adapt. So we're not saying choose regenerative over anything. What we're trying to do is share a bit of knowledge with the community of farmers to say that there is a practice of regenerative agriculture that does steward the land, that does look after communities, that inherent in it is an organizing model that ignites human potential to be able to build resilience in systems and in people. There is a way, we believe, to integrate it, and we're hoping that the work we're doing in regenerative agriculture can provide a learning platform for others and for anyone that is interested in learning about this sector.
For me, it's all about a space that allows entrepreneurship. It's a space that I get a sense that huge innovation is going to come out of this. I think it's going to bring innovation out of Africa, deep innovation out of Africa coming from this space. I won't be surprised in a few years we'll be talking about mega farmers starting from small beginnings coming out of what we're talking about as far as regenerative farming. But I also love the fact that it's a space where the farmers are at the center of helping us understand what this is about. Sharing their stories, challenging the processes that has been followed before. But it's also about saying, you know, industry, whether it's banks or organizations like ourselves, we follow the traditions of what we know. So for me, regenerative agriculture gives us an opportunity to say, let's open up.
I think Regenerative Futures South Africa 2026 is premised on the notion that we want to create an ecosystem where people can come together. And so the philosophy behind our work, and perhaps the philosophy behind the ecosystem model and how we interpret that, is it is a space where trust can be built. It is a space where knowledge can be created. And it is a space where we can work across boundaries. If we trust each other, we share our knowledge, and we work across our boundaries, then I believe we can create something that is truly meaningful and that generations of the future will thank us for.
Thank you. Very important work indeed, and again to acknowledge that this is 41 years in the making. 41 years of work that is going in, that continues as you and I gather here today, ladies and gentlemen. A quick reminder that this gathering forms part of a longer journey to also contribute towards Ecoversity Regenerative Labs. This is an initiative that is helping to turn ideas into ongoing experimentation and implementation. And I wanted to just throw forward to what's to come tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to enjoy an exclusive preview of what is known, what has been named as Regenerative Futures SA documentary. This particular documentary is going to be broadly released, of course, on media, on DSTV, as I understand it, as well as ETV. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're in a privileged position that we're going to be able to see a preview of this documentary. And of course, the learnings from this conference will further be captured in a comprehensive publication led by Dr. Nicole van Rieder and her research team as well. Thank you very, very much. I'd like to welcome on stage to give a keynote address and to, of course, introduce the day, as it were, Ms. Lydia Bosoga, who serves as Director for Land Use and Soil Management within South Africa's Department of Agriculture, and her work sits at very important intersections, ladies and gentlemen, of soil health, of sustainable land, very important to regeneration, and of course, cultural resilience. If she can take to the stage. Ms. Lydia, thank you. A warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, also Chairperson of the Kagiso Trust, Food from Mzansi, and all organizers who made this event possible. Good morning. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the department for being part of this gathering. As the department, we are dealing with the policy, we are dealing with the regulatory, we are so having the element of engaging with people on what is happening on the ground is very key, and therefore we appreciate this opportunity to share the policy perspective from our side. The department sees the role of regenerative agriculture as fundamental towards the food security. We also believe that leadership in the space of promoting sustainable practices to attain food security while also managing the cost of food production is critical. The department has long realized this as a critical area in terms of ensuring that it is embraced in the policies and programs. Way back since 2008, the Department Land Care Program, which is a community-based program, during its 4th biennial conference, has adopted conservation agriculture farming system as its fifth focal area. We do have four focus areas that are focusing on soil, that are focusing on water resources, that are focusing on field junior care. But at the conference of 2008, it was established that it is critical that we include conservation agriculture farming system as one of those focus areas. And this was to enable the funding opportunities and mechanism that the department is having of Division of Revenue Act, that the grant conditional grant portion is channeled for this purpose. And thereafter, we also supported small holder farmers with no-till planters, and that also has contributed to ensuring that our soils and the lands are worked properly. We had supported almost 400 farmers with no-till planters, and those which have been also produced locally. And therefore, as the department, we have seen this as also a creation of opportunities for agribusiness and not only farming practice. The department, as well through the land care program, has realized during the policy development that this is a transition in making, knowing that the ultimate goal is to reach farming community that practice regenerative farming system. Hence, we have a goal of regenerative agriculture system. We are also currently developing the National Agro Ecosystem Framework that is aimed at enhancing further regenerative agricultural farming system. The emphasis in our approach is the support to farmer, as well as integration of livestock into grazing a farming system through permanent cover cropping. This initiative is strengthened as well with our partner Research Council, in which we are piloting cover cropping and fodder bank system to improve adoption of the CA, which is conservation agriculture. And we have also partnered with the ARC with the long-term climate monitoring, not only to enhance the number of climate stations across the country to get the coverage, but also to enable timeless information which is accurate for farmers to assist in their production processes on farms. So all these initiatives are being supported by the Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act, which we are administering. And its purpose as well is to maintain the production potential of land by protecting croplands, rangelands, and sensitive ecosystem, including wetlands, from degradation. So the department is continuously engaging and working with the Agricultural Research Council as one of our research unit to ensure that we have various mechanisms that are nature-based to deal with the challenges of land degradation. Part of that is that we are also working with biological control research that is also trying to ensure that the alien invasions are controlled in a way that is not threatening our ecosystems. We are also ensuring that those biocontrol reserves can be accessible to the communities such that the release of those approved bioagents are accessed. And that, I think, it aligns well with the Kagiso Trust intent of building and assisting the empowering the people. A core challenge, I think, to all of us is maintaining the production potential and the productivity of land. And for us, is also ensuring that the farmers and the communities at large who are producing are resilient, and therefore strengthening the food security of all requires investment. And that investment should ensure that it does restore our soils, it does restore our rangeland, and enhance the adaptive capacity of our people. So as the department, we have also supported master students and PhD students to cater for cover cropping and build the capacity of the sector. And we are testing various techniques in 5 basic research stations throughout the country. And for that, we have about 100 farmers who are leading these trials. And that we believe that is going to assist more in terms of adapting to climate change, but also supporting regenerative agriculture in real terms. So as a country, we have been stable in terms of food production despite the change in climate change. Yet we believe that as a sector, we still need to adapt and also transform. And farming system must become more smarter, more efficient, more resilient, with strong emphasis of maintaining healthy agro-ecosystem. And we believe that preventing land degradation remains one of the core of most cost-effective strategies for both climate change adaptation and mitigation, and supported by upscaling of agroecologic practices and policy options to reduce ecological footprint and enhance sustainability. For that, as the department, we have also, the President has enacted a new legislation, which is the Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land. And this is also meant to enforce agroecological principle through the incorporation of agricultural ecosystem principle within the decision making, especially in relation to development of agricultural land, and that include compilation of agricultural sector plans. So as a department, we encourage diversifying farming operations and optimizing resource use efficiency, and increasing importance of reducing wastage while improving long-term production. So since following the 2019 General Secretary of the United Nations for members state to initiate dialogue in food systems, the department has adopted a number of engagements, which include communicating with the provinces, consulting with various stakeholders, including farmers, and we have also moved forward in embracing these pathways within the implementation modalities of the department. Some of those include enhancing sustainable local production for local consumption of safe food and nutritious food, and also include promoting social, economic, and environment resilience. And we continue to promote integrated food system policies, legislation, and planning and governments. So we count on all of you as partners today to advocate for regenerative agricultural production, because for us, regenerative agriculture is a viable solution for managing degradation of our natural resources, improving people's livelihoods, and ensuring that long-term food security is reached. Hence, we really humbly appreciate this platform of sharing this perspective. As the department, we thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bosoga. Thank you very much for the keynote address. I'd like to introduce the first session for today, a very important one, as we try and figure out what, and imagine in ways that matter, what regeneration is going to look like for practitioners, for farmers, and those that work with farmers, of course. So I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the one and only, can I call him that? The one and only managing co-founder of Food from Mzansi, who will then introduce his panelists for this particular sitting. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, Ava.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. Let me introduce you to my impressive farmer panel. By the way, farmers from 6 different provinces in the room this morning. I'm going to ask the panel to join me on stage, and then I'll tell you what we're talking about. Bertie Coetzee is from Lowerland, Lowerland, organic farm in Priska in the Northern Cape. Dani Slabbert, all the way from Sewe Slabbert's farm in the Free State. And then our friends from Rustlers Valley, in, I was there last week, I forget which province. Moko Chaka and Charles Tsenasi as well. Francois Marie, he needs very little introduction if you're on TikTok. I'm a big fan, but you're so much more than the TikTok influencer, even though you're very popular. Okay, so all the celebrities will join me on stage. Sit here in the middle, don't be shy, I'll sit here. And while they get mic'd up, let me tell you what we are talking about this morning. So across South Africa, regenerative agriculture is increasingly becoming part of our national conversation. We hear it in policy discussions, in investment conversations, in climate resilience strategies. But behind all of these ideas are real people. People on stage here this morning, they're making difficult decisions every single day on farms across South Africa. So this session is going to be intentionally different. We are not here to discuss regeneration theory. There's lots of academics in the room. You'll have time for that too. Okay, we're not going to talk about trends or ideology. We are here to hear from these farmers, practitioners, who are actively living this transition, often through uncertainty and experimentation. I want to ask them a question or two about the financial pressures of regen and the continuous learning. What makes regenerative farming so impressive is not that it's perfect. It's not perfection. It's the willingness to rethink how we work with soil, how we work with water, livestock, biodiversity, and communities while still trying to run viable farming enterprises. So this conversation, what does the transition look like in practice? What has worked? What has failed? Oopsie. This is the second one. I was the first.
Sorry, man.
Some of you may have noticed, and that wasn't with water, mine was with coffee. And how these farmers manage risk and complete.
Hy's gelukkig, joh.
Is jy okay, Rio?
Wou sê jy het ons nou gehelp.
Yeah, it's me. And why, despite these challenges, these farmers continue to believe regeneration is the future. Listen, guys, we've got a very fancy stage. So if you could move one up, just Bartik, if you don't mind sitting there next to Charles. And then, okay, cool. Okay, I've done you a little introduction. Maybe in a minute each, tell us who you are, where you're situated in this country, and how long you've been part of this regen game.
So I'm Francois Maria from Regenerative here.
1 second.
So I'm Francois Maria from Regenerative, there in Eastern Free State. So yeah, I'm not very long in this, maybe a year and a half if it's that long. So after school I started with players on pasture, and yeah, so I started with eggs and I'm moving them up here to Joburg, Jackson's Real Food Market, Saxon Hotel. Trying to build a brand on social media it is really interesting for me. I wasn't the guy smiling for pictures in school, but yeah, now we started with it. It works. It definitely helps a lot. If you contact a shop that wants to buy your eggs, maybe, and they already know who you are. So yeah, that's me.
And if you're not following him already, he is Regen Roots. I switched off mine myself. Did I switch it off myself? No, I didn't, I promise. Great. If you're not following him already, he's Regen Roots on TikTok, and it's lovely to see how you making farming so popular in the social space. I'll ask you about that now. Mr. Charles, I saw you recently on the farm. Tell us about who you are and where you fit in.
Thank you so much for opportunity and greetings to everyone. My name is Charles. I'm living at Russell's Valley. It's in Free State, near Fixburg, just 30 kilos away from Fixburg, if I may put like that way. We started joining the regenerative farming. I think it's the last year in February, if I'm not mistaken. So we are still new on this, but I promise we are pushing. We are pushing. Thank you.
And you're pushing hard. The sneak peek of the documentary that will be on this TV and ETV, I saw it, and it's incredible what Russell's Valley is already doing in that space. When they tell you Fixburg, if you've never been to Fixburg, your phone will say, "Welcome to Lesotho." It's really, really far. So thank you for coming all the way. Back to the last time I saw you, you were a young Afrikaans rocker, but you're rocking the regen world as well. What's your story?
Yeah, so I'm Bertie Kutsie from Loverland Organic Farm in the middle of the Northern Cape, Prieska. Yeah, so like Kagiso Trust, 41 years in regen. No, not completely, 13 years farming, but it's probably been a journey for a long time. yeah, I think that's the, yeah, 13 years in farming, of which we've been certified organic for 10 years, from 2016. Yeah, no, actually we were certifying backwards, so 13 years certified organic. Yeah.
It was lovely. I was at Jackson's food market just yesterday, and it was lovely to see so many Loeverland products in the room. Mocha, tell us about you.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Moho Chaka from Rustlers Valley Region Farm in the Free State. I serve as stakeholder relation, enterprise, and ecosystem building. My job is very simple. I work with people, I grow people. Thank you.
Dani, I've known you for a long time, and I must say you are one of the most inspiring region farmers in this country. I mean, you paid the school fees. But for those who haven't met you, who are you? Where do you farm? What makes you tick?
Thank you, Ivor. Yeah, it's a great privilege to be here. Thank you for the opportunity always to promote regen farming. I'm Dani Slabbert. Me and my family is farming in a small town called Reitz in the Eastern Free State. And our business is regenerative farming. So we farm with maize, soybeans, potatoes, cattle, sheep, and chickens, and then also cover crops and veld. And I always say we are not crop farmers or animal farmers, we are soil farmers. So for me, the passion is soil, because that's probably, or not probably, it is our most important resource. And I always tell a crowd like this, everything comes from the soil. Everything you can touch, you can see, and you can feel in this building anywhere. And I always then said, if you still don't believe me, you can just go and read in Genesis. Our Lord also tells us that, and we will also go back to the soil. So soil for me is my passion. I've started farming in 2000, so I'm 26 years into farming, and I was 8 years conventional farmer. So I've got the experience from conventional farming, plowing, disking, ripping, feedlot, and all that experience. And we've changed the farm into a regenerative farm out of what we can observe in our land and our soils. And I really appreciate the trouble people make for putting conferences like this together to look after the soil. And that's very, very important. Yeah.
Thanks for that. I'm going to put you on the spot, and maybe Bertie. You know, some of the greatest business ideas often start with crisis. And I'm wondering what pushed you into regenerative farming? What was the turning point? Was it a crisis, a specific observation? How did it happen?
Yes, yeah, many things happened. I think, first of all, when I arrived on the farm, I came from the music business. And then I think I saw things from a different angle, but we lost a piece of land, which was crucial for our farming. So literally my arrival coincided with us losing about 25% of our operation at the time. And I remember it was very stressful, because if you are in grain business, we also farm grain. My father had a Bonsmara cattle stud. And the thing was, immediately your sums don't work anymore, because it was it's so based on scale. And like we all know, in farming these days, you are running away for the kostenknyptang by getting more scale. And for me, that never made sense. And I firsthand experienced it. And I remember telling my father then, it's fine, we'll sort this out. And immediately my brain switched into direct-to-consumer mode, trying to figure out how to vertically integrate, how to integrate all the everything on the farm. And I was really motivated by the challenge that time. But I think mostly for me, it was not driven by crisis. I think for me, it was driven more from a passion side. I think everything that got me into this started around tables where we had dinner or lunch together. I think the first time I tasted the natural wine from South Africa, something shifted in myself. And that was my main motivation to actually make amazing wine that's organic, and that's how the organic thing started. Also, a big passion for us is wine. The next thing that happened was I was small, and I remember we had people over, and we had potatoes and a steak from the farm, and we were drinking Stellenbosch wine, and I remember my father telling the guests, one day all of this will come from Boulevard, which was our farm. And I remember that stuck in my head, and that was also always my way of thinking, is that, I don't understand the drive for speciality in farming. I think we need to think complex. We need to integrate stuff more. And for me, the drive from then on was always to have one basket coming from the farm, like being a one-stop shop for clients that want to eat food that's healthy and nourishing. They must buy from us, because we should be an ecosystem where everything can be farmed. And the other thing is, that a good friend of mine that's here in Joburg, Len van Heerden, he works at Supersport. He came to visit us, and he asked if he can pray for the food. And normally you pray for the farmer that, that die hande wat die kos voorberei het and those things. But he turned it around and he said he wants to pray that everybody that eats this food everywhere will be blessed. And that switched the thing for me, going, we are not farming commodities, we are farming food, and that changed everything for me. I could never, I'm still on all the suffix groups, I know, but for me, it changed a lot to, we want to put food on the table. And if you feel that your food that you farm will bless your family and everybody else, it's a totally mindset in what you do. And obviously, the way we are trained to farm, I also studied agriculture. I grew up on a farm. We got forced more and more and more into specializing. And I think the turnaround we all need is to turn around and open up for complexity and to really think about what you do. Because for me, there was absolutely no passion in poison. I remember the first time we had to put the chemicals on the maize. I was so stressed for everybody working with the chemicals, thinking, who's going to eat this? And I know if you speak to anybody like at the agricultural gathering, people think you are crazy. But for me, I felt that I cannot send this out into the world. But then you have to find people that can inspire you in a space, especially we're talking around 2013. And I started driving around just looking for farmers that has tried this route so we can learn together. There was a handful. Dani is one. We come a long, long road together, inspiring each other when I think inspiration needs to be found. And they were literally a handful of guys, and I think they've been pioneering guys way before us. I remember James Moffat was an organic farmer in Eastern Free State who really mentored me in that time because organic in grains didn't really exist in South Africa. But yeah, I think it just came from that passion and then meeting other farmers, and I'm so glad. I think it's been a long road for guys like Dani, even longer than me, and the Rustlers team that's now coming through. I feel like this conference is hopefully a big turning point for all of us to turn this into a more, that is not the crazies, pioneers that's doing it, that it's something that we can really turn around collectively.
Yeah, that's the point. When people hear about regenerative farmers, they think it's the crazies. Yeah, die Dani Slabbert. It gaan nooit werk. It will never work. It's too expensive. But I must say, I've had a similar moment in agriculture. I've been in media for a long time, but it was only when I was at a farmer's stable in the Free State, and they were praying and they said, bless the hands that prepare the food. I started thinking about, who are these hands? These long chain of hands. And we see the farmer when we pray, and we often forget about the worker, the truck driver, the scientist, the Kagiso Trust, the academics. Long table. The TikTok stars. Long chain of hands who play a little role, to get our food on the table. Dani, exactly that point. The crazies, as Bertie said. You guys, many in the agriculture think you are the crazies, but you've successfully transitioned over 1,300 hectares from conventional to regen. What were the most significant financial, operational, the mindset shifts? This English must English, it's a long day. That was necessary during that transition.
Yeah, thank you, Ivar. Yeah, I must just say the English is a bit foreign for us there in the Free State. I really don't even know one English-speaking person in my town, but luckily through this we get a bit of practice. Thank you. Yeah, it was a very long journey, and I always call, we had a lot of challenges, and I like to call it a challenge and not a problem. Because the challenge, you can make plans. the biggest mistakes we made, or the biggest financial challenges we had, was by making mistakes because it was very new and we had to work with nature. I always say I'm probably one of the people that loves Mother Nature the most, but I get most of my hidings from her. So if you go back to natural farming, and this is not a new thing, it's an old thing. So we must go back to how we were supposed to farm with new technology, of course. And so that's why I always say the best regenerative farmers in the world will come from Africa. Small farmers, beginners, and commercial. And that's true because we have to make it work. Funding is a big issue, a very big issue. I'm glad there's some funders in this room as well. Young guys like Francois, for example, myself, when I started, you cannot start farming without a kickstart or without somebody standing there for your and
Standing in the
supporting you.
gap. Yeah.
Standing the gap. So that's a big problem. How can you get collateral if you start? So you cannot even buy a vehicle if you start. And that's a big problem that I see. And I think a lot of training and a lot of those expertise can help a lot with that. If somebody, put up his hand in training and get funding for startups, that would be brilliant. The other thing is our banking models are 50 years old. So if you type in the word regenerative, the computer burns. It doesn't even know what it means. So it's a big challenge for us to explain our different views in our future plans and what we expect to happen, because farming is always about expectations. You can never be 100% certain. And then a banker tells me, but just please guarantee your next 5 months' income. I said, there's tornadoes in this country these days. Tornado can strike me tomorrow. I cannot.
6 of our 9 provinces were disaster states just last month.
So I cannot guarantee anything as a farmer, and that's a bit of a problem. So we need to rethink it. We need to rewrite a lot of stuff in the academic world, in the financing world, in the farming world. And as we know, as human beings, change is the most single difficult thing. But luckily, we've got people like Bertie, yourself, Kagiso, all the people in this room that's beginning the change. And, in maybe 10 or 15 or 20 or 100 years from now, this will be the norm. And being chemical farmers and being conventional farmers will be the outsiders. That's why, that's
Imagine going to the bank manager, although it's all digital now, going to the bank manager and then you say, I farm with soil.
Yeah.
How do you even begin to explain that it's monetizable? So one of the greatest privileges of my life, I've been to many farms, was Rustlers Valley. I've spent some time with the two of you, amongst others, on the farm, and I still lie awake at night about what I witnessed there, because it's a community-owned regenerative agriculture model through a CPA in Naledi village. Shimoko, from your experience on the ground, what are the key factors that kind of determine whether a communal farming system like yours will succeed or fail? And I'm interested to see why is yours showing signs that it's actually beginning to work.
Thank you so much, but I'm going to throw it to Ndate Charles because he's a CPA chairperson.
She is the CPA and she's the boss.
Thank you so much again. As I mentioned that I'm from Naledi, so from Rustlers Valley, maybe I can clarify this.
You've got to be careful on that chain, eh? This is a slippery stage.
Maybe I can clarify that. In Rustlers Valley, we have a community, which is, we call it Naledi. Naledi is run by the CPA, Communal Property Association. As Memoko mentioned, that I'm chairperson of the Naledi Village CPA. I'm a new person on the CPA as our previous chairperson has passed on. So I just take it over some couple months ago. So yes, on the key point of operations, as CPA is guided by the Constitution, there's a constitution that is guiding us, and then we also have a committee that is coming together to when we have to discuss on decide or what is needs to be done. For example, as we are partners with the Rice Holdings in the Rustlers Valley, there was a time when the new owners come, and then they explain us this a model of the region farming. So it was something that was very difficult to understand because we were doing another model of the farming before, so, which was very important. And then I like the question. What I met one of the guy who I met him before. It's Taven Medu. I think he's around here.
From Impact Amplifier, he's here.
He said, "You guys, I throw my pigs away, but now you're going back to the pigs." I said, "Yes, I think that time it was."
I think you accidentally turned it off when you touch your jacket, sir.
And then I said,
It's on this button.
okay. Yeah. Then I said, yes. I think by that time it was for lack of understanding because we were doing another model. So by that time, I think we were trying to use the two models at the same time. So that's why it was very difficult to see what is working and what is not working. But now the model that we're working on it, I can see some of the challenges that we faced for the previous time. If we knew about regenerative, we could be solving that solutions by that time. Thank you.
Okay, Moko. So if I can stay with Rustlers Valley there for a moment, you're deeply involved in training and working with local communities. You train people, for the ShopRite group. I've known you from there before I met you in person on sustainable farming practices. You teach them about water harvesting, about soil regeneration. What do you think are the most effective ways to build long-term capacity so that these regen systems are not dependent on, the big experts coming from the big cities?
Thank you. In my view, long-term capacity is built by empowering local people. If local people can become trainers, can become leaders within the community, I think we can build on long-term capacity. And also through practical learning on the farm, we can turn our farm into a learning hub where communities can learn and exchange knowledge on the farm. Rather than just attending once-off workshop. But I think it's important for us to practice and learn on the farm.
If I can be very blunt, when we started Food for Mzansi 8 years ago, they told us two things. Regen is not a thing, and the other thing they said is black people can't farm. There's no science. It's 40,000 commercial white farmers. And I've been to your neighborhood, and there have been lots of failures with land reform, but at Food for Mzansi, we see hundreds of thousands of successes. Why does yours work? You're small scale compared to some of the other gentlemen on the stage, but what? And I know you work with Bertie for many years, but what makes Rustlers Valley so different in that difficult setup?
To be honest, like Danny have said, this thing has been here for a long time. And us black people, we have been doing it. We are actually on the ground doing it. So I think at Rustlers Valley, the most important thing is that we have observed, studied our local environment. That's what it makes easier for us because we don't try to make what Betty is doing on his farm, but we're trying with our own what we have on the farm.
Okay, Danny will tell you I like to ask these difficult questions, put people on the spot, just drive through the heart of it. So you, Francois, I've got a lot of respect for you. You're a young farmer and you're choosing a very difficult route. As your neighbor, Danny Slabbert, will tell you, it's not easy being young and then choosing this. Um, from your experience, what are some of the biggest challenges you're facing in building a regen farming enterprise that's investment ready?
Yeah, so firstly I'm not really looking for investments because I want to run it on my own because otherwise you're working for other people's money. In the end of the day, that's how it's going to end up. But um, in my situation, the biggest challenge I had was finding people that are knowledgeable in Regen Ag. Like you said, there's only a few guys doing it, like Bertie and Donnie. Luckily, Donnie's my neighbor, so I've got the shortcut there with a guy with a lot of a lot of knowledge, and I've already paid a lot of school fees. So that helps a lot. And then funding to start is really difficult. Like Donnie mentioned, I can't even buy a vehicle. I have the eggs, I have contracts, I have guys that want the eggs. I can send them the papers telling them they'll take the extra eggs coming up. I can't buy a vehicle because I'm still too young. Insurance asks me 1,000 rand more a month just because I'm 19. So just because I'm young, there's no trust yet. So that makes it a little bit difficult. So,
Yeah, trust is built over a long time.
yeah.
Your peers, are they saying, Chomi is mal, you crazy, why are you doing this?
Yeah, in the start, and now some of them get jealous. Other guys are still backing it. Yeah, I'm still a long way from success. I still live with my parents. They still buy me food. So so we still have a long way to go, but I'm getting there. So yeah.
So, Bertie, your work at Loverland goes beyond just production. You're into processing, value addition from heritage grains to national wines, as you said, but maybe from an investment perspective. What role does these on-farm value additions, the diversification, play in making regenerative agriculture financially viable? It was so cool to visit Gary Jackson yesterday at Jackson's Market. If you guys been there, please go. And to see so many products. I knew about your wine, and there you are, the entire shop. Maybe Khaled, tell us what you do.
Gary will be glad to hear that because I keep telling him there's not enough of us in the shop. So, yeah. Thanks, Gary. Your question is where's the value adding? Where's
The diversification, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you mean in the investment side of it, or?
Yeah. Does it help the business become more investment ready?
Yeah, I think yes, if we're going to talk about investment ready, we're going to talk a long time. I think the big challenge, and I mean, there's Hendrik and a lot of people that me and Dani see at every conference for how many years now. And I think there's a lot of investors here, and I don't think the guys on the ground always know that head office is at these meetings. I think a big challenge is that, the externality thing is the main thing we talk about. If you talk to investors, you only look at, okay, the spreadsheet and maybe assets and that. But I think the externalities is, if you can take farming and you turn the externalities around, the off spreadsheet stuff, I mean, that's where we want to aim. If you can farm and nature is winning and the people are happier and you're creating more jobs and you're not just creating jobs, you're creating a sense of purpose. I think the small towns, you can drive through any small town now and see where the economy of scale is taking us. And nobody is talking about that. Nobody is talking about pulling people in, about, not just farming, but being a part of a farm, being part of an enterprise. And the thing is, if you only farm maize or one crop, pecans, whatever it is, wine, the thing is you keep scaling and you keep getting more efficient in terms of the spreadsheet. But there's a lot of stats out there that say the more hectares you farm, the less inefficient the hectare comes. I'm not talking about the spreadsheet. So the challenge we face is if you want to be more efficient per hectare, then unfortunately you are not talking about spreadsheets and income statements again. Obviously, that's the hard stuff that you want to show to be investment ready. But if you go to the regen space, the first issue is how do you finance the transition period? We've been speaking about that for years and years and years because the logical thing is you're not going to maybe buy 3 harvesters, which the banks and everybody understands. You're rather going to buy 1,000 cattle. And if I was a banker, I would say I would much rather finance the 1,000 cattle than 3 harvesters, which is losing value the next day, where the cattle can actually create value. But unfortunately, who's going to finance that 1,000 cows? You know, we're really struggling to get to the point, because you're going to need that transition, because you're going to need the animals on the farm to start fertilizing your soil, to harvest things instead of buying, let's say, a Lucerne cutter or manure spreaders or all that stuff. You're literally changing your model so that the animals and your cropping systems, intercropping, relay cropping. I mean, it's a creative space, but the challenge is it's long. It's a long change, and you need patient capital to make this work, firstly. And secondly, you have to become an expert on so many levels very quickly. And then you need people, not AI. You need people to come in to really take ownership of all the enterprises. And by taking ownership of that enterprises, like you would see on Rusters Valley, and you would have seen, it changes everything. People become interested in farming again. People get excited about farming again. And literally, I think that is the way that we can change. If you can have more animals and more people working purposefully on a farm per hectare, the offspin and the externalities from that is there's more work, people have purpose, they pull more people in, as to the other model where you buy a John Deere that the money is going to America. And I think that is the big discussion that needs to be had on regen, because I think it's investment that goes through farms back into local communities, building enterprises, putting up factories on farms. Dani's put up his own abattoir. That brings in how many job opportunities? We are milling on the farm. We need to have a wine cellar on the farm. At the moment, it's in the Cape Town. We need to have also an abattoir on the farm. So it creates so many opportunities for manufacturing. And again, that keeps pulling in more people. And that will, in my view, recover local economies.
So, Dani, your farm runs the school system, combining cropping, livestock, soil restoration, and you're getting it right. But I'm wondering, what's preventing others then? What are the biggest barriers preventing others from replicating this at scale across South Africa?
Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't say I've arrived, and I think I will never arrive. I think the most dangerous place you can be at is when you think you have arrived. So I'm still battling and challenging and cash flow and people and products and weather and all the stuff that we'll always have to deal with. But we've come a long way. And I just want to add this to Bertie's story as well, and just to maybe answer a previous question on the South African landscape. We're a very unique country. We love this country, and we've got great people. We've got political challenges. Luckily, you brought it up, so I can just continue a little bit. But now we've got a land issue in South Africa that we have to resolve. It's very true. But we want to resolve it by putting small-scale farmers and growing farmers on small scale on a large-scale system. We've got I've been saying this for years. I'm so glad there's policymakers here. I just have to caution them, don't make the policies that it's impossible to farm. Like putting an abattoir on a farm, the red tape was crazy. But what I want to say is we cannot have development farmers, small-scale farmers on a conventional system that is big enough economic unit reliable. So that's why regen is the answer. It is the only answer. There's no other answer. We have to run it, and we have to use these people that has done it as trainers and as to help people to be able to do this. On the funding side, I just need to add something else. I always say we've got a game operation as well with white rhino, and all of us know what's the problems there. And I always say everybody wants to save the rhino. Everybody wants to buy a sticker and put it on their bumper, save the rhino. But as soon as it touches your pocket, you step out. So all the financial institutions, everybody wants to promote regen climate smart, carbon sequestration, healthy food. As soon as you have to put your money where your mouth is, they step away. And I never understand this. You know, we hear about all this funding, all this millions of rands or capital that comes in from outside, from Europe and from all these places to fund carbon sequestration, to fund soil registration, to fund all these things we are talking about. But the farmers on the ground, black or white, never sees that. I don't know, where's that money? I don't know. We don't need it. We have to farm productively without that. But that will help a lot as well. And I know, sorry for mentioning this, I know there's a lot of money there. But the people actually doing the work, taking all the responsibility and all the risk is never there.
So I think there's a timer that says we've just about reached the end of this conversation, but Moko, maybe in closing your parting shot, there's a lot of wisdom and lessons about regen that I think Rustlers Valley is managing to transfer from generations. Some of the older gentlemen that I've met on your farm, how can we share that knowledge for generations to come and through different communities?
Okay. First of all, I think we learn better when we do things together and also when we do things practical. But as Danny have indicated, in Free State, language is a challenge for us. If we can make this training manual available in local language, it will also help. And also in terms of involving youth, I know youth doesn't like to get their hands dirty, but we have a good example here. They can be smart on social media. So let's involve these youth to be more involved in making regen trend on TikTok, on all these social media.
Thank you so much. I want to invite people in the breaks to visit some of the exhibitions. We've got some of the eggs from Rustlers Valley on display there. Bertie, what did you bring along from your farm? It's not just organic wine.
No, it's wine. It's stone ground flour, pecan nuts, pasta, everything edible in the wine. I don't know if I'm allowed to open it yet, but
Yeah.
hopefully we can open it.
It's too early. Thank you to my panel, Bertie Kutsia, Dani Slabbert, Moko Chaka, Charles Tenase, and Francois Maria. You are incredible. Thank you for the inspiration. Stand a bit tighter for a quick photo. So now Thank you. Be careful going down, okay?
Thank you very much to Ivor and the panel. I think that is exactly what we're trying to achieve here, ladies and gentlemen, is to just be honest. And my mic is falling. Is to just be honest about the challenges and what actually practicing regenerative agriculture entails. You know, the resources, the financing models that need to come into play. What do we need to restructure? How do we get young people? I like the thought around young people getting involved. How do we get them interested in meaningful ways, not just for social media? I think that's one important element, but how do we make sure that they really get to understand that this work is important, that we unfortunately are not leaving them with a great planet to inherit, but we can change that. We can change that. It really is possible. So thank you very much, Iva. And I think this is a great pivot into the conversation that we're going to have at the moment, one that I'm going to be moderating on investor and ecosystem perspectives. So I'd like to take this opportunity for us to just continue the conversation. I think the first panel gave us so much that we can chew on and actually, expand on in this next conversation. We've got 45 minutes. So I'd like to welcome my Chief Executive Officer panel, Dr. Mankodi Moitse, who is Chief Executive Officer of Kagiso Trust. Johan Coetzee, Chief Executive Officer of Agri SA. Tabile Nkunjana, as well, if he can join us in his capacity as Senior Agricultural Economist with the NAMC, as well as Dr. Chiridzima Zibandela, Chief Executive Officer at FANAR-PAN as well. Thank you. And whilst everybody is getting mic'd up, I really want this particular sitting to be interactive. In the last few moments, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's important that we don't speak at each other, but with one another. I see Dr. Darlene Lowe is here representing Agriculture Gauteng, and she's the Chief Executive Officer there. Sitting alongside her, Ryan as well, who represents the farmer development space within Agriculture SA. Leona Archery is here in her capacity as Chief Executive Officer of the Agricultural Development Agency. So let's have one wholesome conversation with one another and ask the right questions and find the solutions, or at least attempt to get there. I feel like we need some music in between. A little song, maybe? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. DJ. We're good to go. Okay, so sitting with me here is a forum of people that have been very invested in finding solution, and much of the work that they've done collectively. I mean, I don't want to reveal their ages by telling you how many years collectively, but it's been many years, many decades of research, of writing papers, of running institutions, running very complex organizational dynamics. To my furthest right, yes, almost said left, to my furthest left, when you see Dr. Mazvandela, think policy and African food systems. When you see Mr. Nkunjana, think markets and trade. When you see Dr. Moitse, think community organization and development, I think most importantly. Mr. Coetzee, when you see him, think...
I also don't know.
You don't know. Let me help you.
Let's
Think industry, think implementation, think farmers, think, policy advocacy, very, very important themes. And I wanted to mention that. I think it's important to mention that so that you get a sense of the various lenses at which we're going to be unpacking regeneration as a concept, not just within agriculture, but what does regeneration mean under these particular themes? And perhaps as you prep your questions, that we're going to take in the next, say, 25 minutes, 25 minutes. That's just something to think about. I'd like to just throw a quick question to the panel, just based on what was discussed in the first discussion. I want to say in the first sitting, in the first forum with the farmers. Are we reaching a tipping point in regeneration? Are we still at the very early stages of regeneration? Dr. Madzivandela, perhaps you can take it as somebody that understands holistically what the continent faces when it comes to food systems.
Thank you so much for the question. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, thank you.
From the
No,
session that came,
not yet.
from the first session that came before us, I picked up two statements. The first one, which spoke to me, is that farmers have already paid their school fees. And two, that there is a transition cost. It doesn't come for free. In terms of whether we have reached a tipping point, the challenge which we are facing is that most of the innovations which are being trialed are being done at a pilot scale. How then do we get to scale in which these innovations then are benefiting more geography and are delivering impact at a larger scale? The benefit of regenerative agriculture has been proven. How then do we get investment to make sure that we are delivering this at impact scale? So in terms of how we do that, then I think when we go further, we'll make some further interventions.
Right. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to on the building blocks of that, Dr. Moitse, in your capacity as a Chief Executive Officer of Kagiso Trust, which, again, I want to mention, you have been through the various timelines in South Africa's trajectory. When we started transitioning out of apartheid South Africa, there were a lot of conversations between the years 1994 and 1998, trying to really find solutions at an agricultural economy perspective, at a development perspective. But I think from a development point of view, with everything that you've seen over the decades, let's talk about social development, what that looks like under Kagiso Trust. And also with that, with the work that you're doing and trying to build, why is regenerative agriculture such an important theme to pay attention through the trust?
Yeah, that's a long question.
It's a big question.
Big question, yeah. Look, I think being true to why Kagiso Trust, we really have been established to support the marginalized, to make South Africa to be a viable space for all of us, and with the history of many people that have been left out. We needed to come in and say, how do we create a space where people can meaningfully participate socially and economically? And it really took a long journey where we transitioned into building models. We appreciate the importance of modeling, gives us an opportunity that when something works, it can be scaled through us and without us. And it's more important when it's done without us, because then it means that it's not an IP. We cannot afford to have solutions that are a propriety, because we need to, something must work for the whole of South Africa and of Africa, of course. Now you ask the question to say, why regen? We had a very great success with education, and I'm happy that the MEC is here of agriculture from Free State. We were very, we observed what are the ingredients that make that to work. It meant working with partners. It meant orchestrating the ecosystem. It meant not parachuting development, but getting community-based
interventions and making people to be part of the solution. It has taught us a lot, but we were also mindful that people are not getting educated for the sake of education. They want to have meaningful economic lives. So when we introduce agriculture as part of socioeconomic development, we're seeing it as a pathway. We're seeing it as an opportunity for people to engage in economic activity. Actually, as far as Kagiso Trust is concerned, any opportunity that gives people a pathway to economic activity will grab it. So for us, Regen, I mean, listening to the speakers here, it's been there, but at the same time, it offers its newness that we can think differently. We can co-create it differently to make it optimize value for South Africans.
Okay. Absolutely. Value is a good point that you make in your closing remarks. Mr. Kutia, can I bother you for a second?
Well,
And I want to talk about that value, because perhaps there is there, perhaps you can assist us with this question, because it's a big one. Investors being able to meet the farmers, do we have an investment issue? Or what actually is the problem in the funding and the investment being able to reach the farmer, especially in this context of regeneration?
so my previous life, I worked for banks, and I was working in Africa for one of the banks. I see their people are here, and they invited me to a meeting in Swaziland, and we were 167 people from different farmers' unions all over Africa. And they put me onto the first session being the commercial banker. And next to me sat a young lady from Botswana. And really, I can remember faces, but I couldn't remember her face. And about 5 minutes into this panel discussion, she stood up and said, "This is the vulture that didn't approve my loan." So listen, I know I look like a vulture, but feeling like a vulture is not easy. And what came to me that day is the complexity that we deal with that we don't embrace. And then we lose track because we literally politicize the concept of value and where we are. Now, what I said that day was the following. And I don't know if you understand banking to such an extent, all of us go and take our money and put it into the bank. None of us want to expecting any loss. It's not possible. For being in agriculture is what Dani is saying, where you know you're going to have a loss, and then you have us being the supporters of the bank saying, but you need to pay me at least 6 to 10% interest. So the misbalance that day was, that's not that the banks don't want to finance development agriculture. It is because the systems are not allowing it, of which we are all part of. What came to mind that day as a vulture is that the complexity of what we deal with is far greater than what we see. Now let's go back now to the investment in regenerative agriculture. I think there's a massive value to it. And I think it's unfair to say that the banks don't see that. Do they have the tools to finance? And finance means something different in regenerative agriculture because you're going to go through a dip when you start doing with it, and then eventually you're going to pull up and you're going to make more money out of regenerative agriculture than conventional agriculture. But who's funding this dip? And who's anticipating the risk? So the value you're talking about is, in my mind, inevitable. And that value is shown over years that we're going to, somewhere through the normal practice of agriculture, we're actually going to default ourselves. But the banks do acknowledge that, although the products might not be there yet to fund this concept of dealing with the risk. But it's unfair to say that they do not see that value. And let me just explain one thing to you about that. So as a banker, what you normally do is you go to a farm and you invest in this farm in relationships. And we always said you're actually funding the jockey. Now, if I hear about the jockeys who sat here this morning, as a banker, it excites me. And I would be involved in being with this because of their mindset of seeing the future differently. And the banks do fund that. but not in a way where we can say, okay, this is a regenerative loan. You're going to get prime less 10% because you're a good farmer. And I think that is where we're going to work towards. It's going to go there. So value-wise, I think we need to understand there's a great anticipation that regenerative agriculture is actually creating greater profits. But there's a risk period, a transition period that you need to overcome. And it's not in one day that you're going to convince the bank or a co-op or an investor to say, please, can you help me dealing with this? Last remark on value. We are where we are because we're all human and we got ourselves here. Now we need to get ourselves out of this. My father farmed in a regenerative way. And through productivity and efficiencies, fertilizers, we know all the systems that we deal with. We all went from where we were to immediately better, not seeing the future maybe going down in the way that we farm. The question is, how do we get ourselves out of this? And I think for us as organized agriculture is to understand the complexity, not to blame, not to shoot down, not to accuse, but to find a regenerative way in our thinking of creating value in this highly complex situation that we deal with, and take people on this journey to be in a regenerative way of thinking agriculture and putting us onto a different level.
It definitely does begin with the thinking, and then we pivot from there. Mr. Nkunjana, I'm thinking perhaps the question is not whether regenerative agriculture is commercially viable. Maybe the question should be, how do we create, market incentives for this work to thrive at a commercial level? Because we don't understand. I mean, farmers understand what they are doing. They understand they've got the production intelligence. But when it comes to meeting those markets, there are challenges. So are there some kind of valuable incentives to make sure that this work becomes, commercially viable in the future?
Okay, no, that was not a long question for me, and thanks for that. So I was going to make a disclaimer before I got to my my answer. I'm normally accused of speaking a little bit faster. It's a fact, but I'm going to dismiss it. So try to listen a little bit faster as well, so that you can hear me. So yeah, the question actually is very relevant. I'm not sure if the organizers of this event were aware of the fact that also Brazil yesterday was hosting theirs, Regenerative Agricultural Forum 2026. So they were doing that, and I was somehow listening to Bezos also online. So some of the key words that were popping up, and also some sub-themes that they had, was that land can heal, science can prove it, and market is starting to listen to it. So that if you understand what regenerative agriculture is, and then you put those, sub-phrases, you will understand where that is going. Simply, for instance, so someone that normally works with market-related issues, trade across the world, across the region, or whatever. So as long as it has to do with market and trade policy, that is something that I'm always going to be interested on, or maybe at least follow. So I'm going to make an example about an example in South Africa, and then an example outside the country. So in 2018, 2019, EU decided for some policy-related issues, especially because of the issues related to climate change, and the way that people are using chemicals and what's not for production. I think something that was mentioned here. EU said that was banning palm oil from Asia, mainly from two countries, Indonesia and Malaysia. Those two countries only produces themselves they produce around 80% to 90% of the entire world palm oil. And if a market like EU that they are so much selling their product into, it is telling them that you're not going to stop buying your product because it has you are degrading land. You are deforestation, you're doing a lot of deforestation. Some of the things that you're doing are against the values of us and the market and the people. So because remember, market is people. People that are saying that I'm not gonna buy a certain thing because of A, B, and C, you can't do nothing about it. So eventually, I think the last time I checked, that they're still in the WTO. They are still distributing that. It's the same thing. As of the coming 3rd of September, Mercosur, the countries in South America and EU again had an agreement that they're gonna be trading together. But because of some issues related to the practices related to agriculture, about beef, poultry, a couple of them, anything that related to animal, even bees, EU is saying we're not gonna buy that because of the way we are producing this. So for us, it's a no, all right? And then coming to South Africa, I think there's a story that you might have heard or come across not so long ago. There's a farm in Limpopo where they are producing avocados. Avocado is a tropical plant. It tends to need a lot of water. But for a country that is water scarce like South Africa, if South Africans decide to say, look, we're going to stop consuming these avocados because they are competing with the resource that we're buying tons of waters from Lesotho. But now if farmers are saying, look, we're going to come up with a plan to not use as much, that's exactly that farmer is doing. Actually, it is the only farm that is listed within linking environment and farming in Britain. It is the only that is outside across the world. Is from here in Limpopo because of how they are doing. They have contracts to supply the European market only because of how they produce their avocado. So it's practically happening. It's not a history thing. It's currently happening that if you don't watch how you produce your products, you're gonna run out of run of a market, and that's simple as that.
Sure. Okay, a lot to fix there. Really, it's a lot. Dr. Mazvendula, I want you to speak to you about perhaps you can explain policies to us, because for practitioners it becomes exhausting, if I could use that term, to keep hearing about the different frameworks and the structures that the continent has. And there are many, we've got many. But how do we make sure, perhaps in your experience, you can help us understand how do we translate those frameworks and the policies and all of that into real action when it comes to investing in regenerative agriculture, which is going to assist in many ways, including the planetary boundaries that we're currently seeing. How do we make sure that the impact is measurable when we look at outcomes?
My point of departure is that a policy is a statement which is unpacking intent. And more often, policy don't get implemented. As much as we might have good policies, if we don't get implementation, a policy will remain just as intent. To further narrate, when we have a plan which is not matching the resourcing, it means that we will not get to implementation. So when we talk about policy, we must then be talking about how then do we design a roadmap that will take us from point A to point B. If we are talking about transitioning within the realm of regenerative agriculture, we can then design interventions that will enable those that are in the value chain to move from the transition that we're talking about to full maturity. I can give you an example of a butterfly. When we are designing a policy, we need to ensure that we are not targeting people as they say. In a life cycle of a butterfly, there is a stage in which the butterfly starts an egg. Then it becomes a caterpillar, then a pupae, and then a fully fledged butterfly. How then do we translate a policy to touch all those that are in the different stages? So when we design interventions, to implement our policy, we need to ensure that we are looking at the different people that are in the value chain and who are at different stages. When it comes to policy, the landscape is very much fragmented, starting from continental policies, coming to how the National Development Plan is translating the continental policy, coming to how then the sub-national policies are being implemented. How then do we, when we are talking about this emerging concept or a form of living, get now into integrated into a national policy, then get integrated into continental policy? Because the narrative that we're talking about here is not there. How then do we get it there? And the three frame that I will suggest is that we need to define our messaging. What is the message? And what are the platforms where we are talking about this message? And she spoke about the co-creation. How inclusive are the platforms where we are talking about this issue? More often, scientists will talk about the evidence by themselves. The policy and decision makers will have their own room and talk about the same issue. Then the farmers and practitioners then will then be in their own spaces and talking about the issue. How then do we build a multi-stakeholder platform where we know that we are building an evidence to inform a coherent policy environment? The second one is about building capacity. If we don't build capacity of people to advocate using the evidence, it means that the benefit that we're talking about that regenerative agriculture delivers, it will never get translated into form of a policy statement.
Okay. And I wanted to perhaps use that to come back to this ideal, which is, I think, so grounded in reality and what is possible, with Kagiso Trust and your catch phrase that speaks about igniting human capacity. Perhaps you can give us some practicalities around what that looks like on the ground. How do we ignite human capacity?
So I think, given what we are talking about today, I think there are two levels. One is about not just the practitioner as a farmer and not just communities, but how do we also ignite another layer of ecosystem actors? Because if the farmer is motivated, they're risking moving from one agri-system to another, and we keep engaging and motivate them to do so, but they're operating in a fragmented, uncoordinated platform or ecosystem that does not work for them. And when I say the ecosystem actors, I'm not excluding organizations like ourselves, developmental institutions. There are our colleagues here who are developmental institution practitioners, if I may use that word. There are organized agriculture sitting here, policy and research. I think the first igniting is at our level. How do we shift from our traditional positions to be ignited to think differently? I was also a banker. I don't think we should be given a lot of space not to move. I think the ecosystem needs to think together to say, what can we do to help you to understand this risk? What can we do to de-risk? As developmental organization, what is your space? Can you de-risk innovation? Are you able to fund developing practical models on the ground so that policymakers can go to Rustler's Valley to go and appreciate that risk can be understood and can be reduced? So basically, what I'm saying, there is igniting human capacity as us who are holders of the system. that we should find a way, how do we change to enable the other layer to be ignited as well? So just as much as farmers must be ignited, ecosystem actors must be ignited. And I think for us, and I'm speaking, looking at the chair there, we are raising our hands. We are raising our hands that we are willing to play our part. We are willing to mobilize our peers in the developmental institutions. I mean, the reality is, if you look at it, education in the country gets the best in terms of crowding in support of developmental institutions. We are willing to raise our hands to say, how do we also crowd in others like ourselves to support region? I mean, if truly what we had here, I mean, it feels like this is the future. And I think all of us can come to the party to support each other, to understand each other's risk and say, how can we help you, Mr. Investor, Mr. Financial Institution, Mr. Funder, Mr. Angel Investor, Mr. Insurer or Miss Insurer, to do things differently? I think we have to. Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
I failed a few tests in my life where I didn't know the answer and it was all of the above. And then I did all of the above. Okay, but this one is all of the above. That I know. And what I want to say about that is, the first thing is, we are responsible.
Yeah.
Not just the farmers. The farmers are playing a major role because they're custodians of the soil. I love the word soil and where we are. But we are responsible. And I think what I've learned from the human mankind is when you get to a point where people understand their responsibility, they take up that responsibility. But the second thing is, and that's what I like about the young farmers, you need to energize people by making them enthusiastic about what they do. And if we're going to make regenerative agriculture a stick where you must do it, and it's not going to work. And what I've seen is, and that's why I say the complexity we need to understand is, do you know a farmer inherently wants to be good? People want to be good. I know we have jails and we battle, but people inherently want to be good, and they want to do good. And there are people not on Dani's level, not at all. But they do small stuff that is actually working. If I can imagine myself being a small-scale farmer sitting here, and I look to what Dani is doing, man, I'm moedeloos before I even started. Until somebody picks me up and say to me, even the way that you plant your seed, you don't need to go to any bank or whatever. There's a better way. You know what it does? It creates something in me that makes me feel worthy and contributing to the responsibility that's all of us. So when we talk about human capital, don't just look at the bankers. Don't just look at the farmers. It is literally something that the people of South Africa needs to embrace. How do you feed 10 billion people with the same resources? How do you feed more with less in a way that's going to be sustainable over the next 50 years? You need to be damn clever. You need to be, and all of a sudden something starts. So creating this enthusiastic way of leverage into it is a different way of looking into the complexity that we all are responsible for, that we created and that we need to resolve. So I think one thing that we need to understand about regenerative agriculture, we should not make it a stick. It should be something that we all embrace and to a certain extent jump into to say, but how can I get involved? Even the smallest person or the biggest culprit with the usage of fertilizer. If I can get that man interested in what Dani is doing, in his way of thinking, and he uses 2 pockets of kunsmis less, and he has a better outcome, can you imagine the output? So regenerative agriculture is a mindset shift. And it's something that we need to be very mindful of. How do we introduce this and how do we deal with it? And how do we deal with it as a greater community, not just being farmers? So do you see we have the answer as people? And there's not only one answer. There's a bigger play into this complexity that we need to deal with.
Bigger complexities. And I think perhaps the challenge is being able to meet, issues around de-risking, because I can't just walk into a bank and ask for compassion. They're not going to give me compassion. They want to see the numbers. How are you going to make this work? And you've got to deliver on that. But there's the human elements to the conversation that you speak about that are also just as important. But how do we drive that change? We've got a bit over time, but I am going to pinch a bit of the time because we did have mic problems. So we're going to pinch an extra 5 minutes. Thank you. I need to take like one question, if I may. I know I'm going completely off script. Maybe just one really pressing question for the panel.
Ron. Hi, good morning. I'm Mike Leslie. I'm a farmer from Harrismith area. One of the big sort of questions that haven't been answered, why aren't more farmers going regenerative? And the big answer is we've been taught that that's the wrong way to do it. So from the beginning in agriculture, we've got insecticides, we've got fungicides. We kill everything, So that ecosystem under the soil is being damaged. With our fertilizers, we've damaged the working of the soil, and that's why there's a big resistance to it. And the only way it's really going to change, and it's happening at the moment, we're feeling it in a big way, our input costs are going through the roof. And that's actually getting to a point where it's forcing people or farmers that they can't afford to do it. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I think the biggest challenge is creating an alternative that's working and that's going to change the way people farm.
Okay, perhaps we can get a comment from each of you in terms of, how. Okay, I don't know what's happening there. How we can regenerate in ways that can be fruitful financially and otherwise, and also in training and development. How do we make sure that we now train people to be regenerative farmers? How do we put that into market and make sure that it's commercially viable? How is that going to fit the policy conversation going forward, not just on paper, but also in implementation? I know you wanted to say to respond to that, Mr. Kutsia, and you may, and then I'd like to get a sense from the Gentlemen's Club as well in terms of, how do we move this, what he's saying, into policy that then moves into markets and makes money, but also respects the planetary boundaries.
What he's talking about is fear. It's one of the greatest issues that we need to deal with. If I'm a farmer, my father farmed in a certain way, which he did, with the fertilizer, pesticides, whatever. I also always had this idea, but if I put it down on the maize and we're going to eat it, what is it going to do to me? Same as what we had here. But it's wonderful if you sit there and fear is going to drive me to say, I know if I stop today, I'm not going to have the yield that I had yesterday. How will I survive? And one thing we need to understand from farming is, if it's not profitable for somebody to farm, he cannot be there tomorrow. So how do you break that fear? And I think that's one of the things that generative agriculture is pushing back now onto us, to say, if you overcome the dip in where you're going to go to, you're going to be better off in future. So there's an incentive that's not paid here by anybody else, but by nature itself to me as a farmer. The fear, I think, that people are battling with is, how do you break this circle? How do you go through the trench of transition from where you are and where you want to be financially? And that is one of the most difficult things that we need to deal with. But do you hear, it's not a bad farmer. We need to address the fear, not the bad farmer, because he's not bad.
Yeah.
And so many people are willing to do it, but they're so fearful because of where we need to be, and we're not there.
Yeah. And maybe just to add from a slightly different angle, I think we have an opportunity to start with our children. We have an opportunity to have the education system aligning with the 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 the, the journey we're trying to go into now. So I think that alignment is going to be important. That bridge is going to be important. I mean, I was told by one of the head of in the education department that in Gauteng, and I don't know how true is this, but that there's only one serious school that is doing agriculture in Gauteng. So you can just see that, and I'm sure that other provinces are doing better, but it shows that if just can I say the mainstream agriculture is even battling to be mainstreamed in schools, how much more of regenerative farming? But I think the idea is that this platform, it's exactly for that, to say we're talking to government, we're talking to each other now, so that we can introduce this language right at the beginning and let our education make our young people to be future fit for what we are trying to build.
Absolutely. The education is so important. Dr. Mazivandela, I want to get a sense from you on just on that note of education and what exactly has been taught about agriculture. Because there's a lot of fear, if I go regenerative, I'm not going to make any money, or it's the incorrect way to do it, or it's too expensive, and it's going to be too far to where the inputs are, and all of that. So education, what are your thoughts on how we can rebuild that space to make sure that we regenerate from the ground up?
Education for me is central because it builds or strengthens the capacity on how to do things. But I believe we need to take a step back and say, do we want to approach it from a siloed approach, or do we want to approach this from a system view? Issue about sustainability, it is no longer an academic or education problem. It is now a social issue. It is now an economic issue. How then do we build a collective cohort of researchers that are appreciating the regenerative agriculture that we're talking about? If we go back to basic education, how then do we make sure that the curriculum that we are advancing at our school is already embracing the concept and the way in which we want regenerative agriculture to be defined and to be projected? In terms of broadening this up, when I said we really need to use a systems approach, how then do we further advance and say we need to build a body of evidence for us then to project regenerative agriculture the way it is? How then do we stimulate conducive policy environment for the environment to be incentive enough to have that demand pool for producers then to be migrating towards regenerative agriculture? Technology, how then do we bring technology to also bring youth into the space of regenerative agriculture? As much as education is important, but I'm proposing that let's have a holistic view, because the challenge that we are dealing with wants a system approach.
Okay. Mr. Nkunjana, how much of what we produce regeneratively, that's a correct way, how much of what we produce in that way are we exporting and making good money from? I think that's an important question in terms of really understanding the quality that we can produce in South Africa that is exportable, and perhaps that can be an encouragement for people to get into regenerative agriculture.
Okay, I'm going to dodge that question, but answer it in another form. So, one, I think my colleague mentioned the fact that if you talk to farmers in a way, at least you communicate the good news that what you're doing is going to lead to something positive eventually. I think that's what they want to hear. And for instance, to make this about examples, as of 2023 or 2024 in USA, they were saying that most consumers are buying a premium or prefer to buy a premium for a poultry that was produced regeneratively, like in this very open space, like not compared to what the conventional were doing at the moment. So for someone that is in US that is already saying that, apparently it's actually even expanding. that people are going back to say, look, a lot of what you're doing now is not really what I want. I just want to see a chicken that you're gonna slaughter. Go and pick it from their fields there. I want to see it, picking grasses and locusts and whatever that is there. I'm sorry if it's disgusting, but that's the reality of the chickens. So basically, for just doing that, you're already guaranteed that you're gonna get something out of it. Exactly the example that I was making about the farmer from Limpopo, that are selling avocado. So there was they had an issue because of there was a water problem that time. Yes, I was saying that avocado is a subtropical that requires a lot of water. So their products got ready later than they normally get in the market, and the likes of Peru were already flooding market. But because for them, they are known that the way that they are producing their products, they had contracts that were sealed, that look, we're waiting for a product, they got ready, they sold, they made their money. So I think those are the kind of news that we should be spreading as much as it's not. I don't think it's communicated enough. But the reality is that regenerative agriculture has been there forever, especially in Africa. I mean, even if you had to look across, Africa is using the least fertilizers compared to other regions, and that's an advantage. What was said earlier on, that Africa can be the one that is the driver of this. We already have stuff, right? Our biggest suppliers of fertilizer, like now, are having all the problems, and then we are talking about a solution here. So those are things that I think we can be able just to communicate properly. But of course, the system that Doc is talking about, there has to be systems that are going to be addressing all these complexities because we're not the same.
Okay. Any more questions from the floor? Dr. Ndeke, I see your hand, and the gentleman as well.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I want to speak directly to Dr. Moitse. When you advertised and said you are going to have regen, I said, okay, you are going to walk in there, you will be given a whole day. What are you going to bring on the table? And here's what I'm going to put on the table. We looked at a regen from 1905 to 2026. And here is the solution that I'm proposing, or something that we can look at from the funders, the government, the farmers, and the consumer. How is it going to be done? Johanna has touched it, is to look at the J curve. And you need to be able to break down at different aspects from the time when the farmer is starting the farming with the regen, how we can fund that farmer. The second, that is 0 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years, how the farm will be, what will be produced, and after that. And within that, you'll be able to see the J be able to break even, because there must be transition funding. The second aspect, the farmers that were sitting there, congratulations. When you look at the planetary boundaries, those farms, if they are assessed based on the planetary boundaries, they can be able to show that they are really meeting what the government of South Africa wants to achieve. So with that, it can be done, and we have developed some of the aspects that can be taught to the farmers based on what has been done. And finally, the home of, actually, if you look at originally, regenerative agriculture as a policy was being done for Africa. And the paper is there for 1986. So I agree with you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So I think it was not a question. It's a comment, and much welcome comment. Yeah.
Okay. One last question before we go to lunch.
Good day, everyone. I'm Francois Leroux from Yenzu Kutle, Training and Development. I feel very at home today because I sense there's a lot of rebels here, same as me. So my question is about the system. So Stephen Covey said that, a lot of people, they climb a ladder, and when they reach the top, they realize the ladder is against the wrong wall. And I don't want to, the people that we train, I don't want to train them in the wrong way so that they also put their ladder against the wrong wall. So my question is basically, are we able, is it possible to change the system, number one, or is it necessary for us to create a whole new system? Because it feels like we are, when we talk about agriculture, we use the same language, and but we don't think of doing it totally different. So we keep on talking about, we need to export. Where they say, if you want to eat healthy, your food must come 4 kilometers from your house. So we keep on talking this one thing, and even in regen, and then I get the idea. No, are we not putting our ladder against the wrong wall? So that's my question. Must we not maybe take the ladder and put it against another wall and change the whole system, or not change the system but create a new system? That's my question. Thank you.
What a question. I'm hoping that what comes out of here after tomorrow, that it's a platform that will make all of us not to go back home and not be able to engage in a structured manner. I'm hoping that the organizers will be able to help us to just be categorized into specific areas so that we can have a continuous way of really inputting into the process. So that maybe we should be able, out of that, we can answer that serious question. Does this coexist? Do we put the ladder here? Or yes, that very same ladder will ultimately take us to where we want to go. So I'm hoping that at the end of the day, we'll be organized in such a way that we are a continuous working group and we are able to talk about serious solutions that will take us to where you are talking about.
Okay, I think we've really taken up space. We need to take a break for lunch. But I just wanted to perhaps get just final thoughts from you. I know I did veer off script quite a bit, but I am inherently a listener. So I was listening to the conversation, and then I really just wanted us to respond to what is coming up organically on stage. Your last thoughts, Dr. Chirizi Mazivandela, in terms of regenerating meaningfully and being able to translate the complexities of frameworks and policy into something that is workable for the people, or for everybody that's involved in agriculture and its supporting fraternities.
So maybe before I offer my concluding remarks to react to the issue about the system, whether we need to fix what we have or have a new one. I attended a session and I was told that when you only have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So we really need to think out of the box to say, when we talk about regenerative agriculture, what sort of new tools do we need to bring the transformation that we're asking for so that we are innovative? And for me, the element of monitoring and evaluating and learning to build a new body of evidence is very critical. For us then to say, what does the data tell us? What are the new innovations? How are they delivering under which circumstances? And then have a different platform where we bring this evidence to bear. And I believe this sort of a platform is going to deliver for us in terms of ensuring that we are not only about recommendations, but we are moving from recommendations to action.
Yes. Thank you. And for you, Tabile?
Yeah, I think Utok has just kind of took everything that I want to say. But I think what is important, is to say, for instance, in South Africa, I'm going to take South Africa as an example of this. We have farmers of between 2 million to 2.4. That is what the population, at least based on states SA's number, say. And with everything that we are saying here, and you take them as a population of farmers that you need to communicate what we are saying here, and mostly of the information that we are saying is going to be taken to them by extension field services. The farmers, for instance, I've seen that some are trying to be friends together so that they can get what they need. There's some few things that the state itself needs to do in terms of addressing some of these issues, and also just putting it out to farmers that this is something that you've been doing and you can actually get something out of it. For instance, at the present moment in South Africa, we have a ratio of 1 is to between 1.5, sometimes even more of extension services that are available. But if you compare to other countries, you have 1 is to 50, depending on the region, of course. So I think those are some of the things that we just have to, because a lot of things that we are saying here, they need to get to the real people. It's only few farmers that are here. And there's also, of course, Doc is engaging within the continent, so they can a little bit work with their nodes and make sure that this information gets to be there. So I think also the education around it, educate about people that this is the right way to do it. If you feel, so I'm not an advocate for it because I'm working with all sort of farmers myself. I don't want to shoot myself on my foot. So it's something that is important, that all this needs to get to the people and communicated in a way that they're going to understand it. They know it. They've been doing it for centuries. I think that's what I can just say for now. Thanks.
Okay. And for you, Dr. Moitse, just in closing, your thoughts on, and I think importantly, as the conveners of this conversation, what would you like to see happen?
Yeah, as I've already said earlier, I think our wish is that let's all sit around the table. Let's give ourselves permission to be around the table, because it's evidence that knowledge is spread here. And the good thing about this is that we're now going to begin to see our farmers not as beneficiaries, or not as only as beneficiaries, but as co-creators of knowledge. I think we are in a good space. Let's work together.
Okay. Meneer Coetzee?
Regenerative agriculture should not be a slogan of rebels, should not be a slogan of mad people, or just a small grouping of farmers understanding the world differently, or even of vultures. It should be a slogan of everybody being involved in agriculture. Yeah. It should actually become the way that we live. Yeah. And I think we need to understand the concept of how to introduce this concept in a different way, where people take responsibility and to a certain extent being excited about what regenerative agriculture is all about. So it's not something, a pie in the sky, another brand that we want to do at one of the big retailers to sell our grouping. And that's not what I heard what the farmers are saying. That's the way they live. That man from his heart lives the way that he just explained. That is what is needed in agriculture, a change of heart, which is going to change your mind to say, but there's a different way. And if we call it regenerative agriculture, which it is, it's not about the slogan, it's about the way that we live. And if we achieve that, we've achieved a lot with regenerative agriculture.
Ubuntu as a way of life, regenerative agriculture as a way of life. I mean, it just sounds wonderful to me. Thank you very much, Chief Executive Officers, for joining me. Dr. Mazivandela, thank you for your insights. Thank you, Mr. Nkunjana. Thank you, Dr. Moitse. Thank you, Mr. Coetzee, as well, for your contributions. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. If we don't take a picture, it means it did not happen. So we've got to take a picture as proof.
Thank you, Matseko. And maybe while they take the picture, colleagues, I know you're dying for a coffee, but Wandile Siglobo has just been summoned by the president, Mr. Ramaphosa, amongst others. So I'm going to ask you, we're going to flip the program around and bring the next panel on stage right now. If you're desperate for coffee, run quickly and go get one. But don't everybody leave. And I'm going to ask the next panel then to go on stage. Dr. Sifiso, the stage is yours. You can bring your colleagues to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Bradley Dickens, and this is my wife Charlene. We bought this farm in 2016, and we got here. It was just a total mess. There was burnt timber throughout the farm. There was no arable land available, so we did some cleaning over the years. I think for me, smart farming means just starting to use more technology in our farming operations.
Some of the challenges that we face as up-and-coming Black farmers in the industry is that we have very little access to funding in terms of finances for the farm, for the product that we're going to be producing. And also, when it comes to the financial background, some of us don't have specific financial background into agri-processing, and it comes up mostly in your financials when you find that most of the time you are declined for when it comes to funding. So that has been a major challenge even for ourselves in this industry. The role in which funding plays in our business is very vital, because without the funding, we are unable to even put anything into the ground.
Being introduced to Kula, I think, was the best thing that has happened to us at BNB Farming Enterprises. You know, when you speak about a one-stop shop, for us that has been Kula. You know, from earlier this year when we were invited to come up to you guys' offices and just experiencing that whole one-stop shop, you know, from going to the different departments and the different sectors of Kula business was overwhelming for us. Firstly, we had support when it comes to our inputs. Secondly, we had support when it came to purchasing and looking for good prices when it came to chemicals, fertilizers, I mean the inputs. Not only the financial support and the financial guidance and how to put together our financials, but just the support, the trading with the maize. There's so many aspects to the Kula app that we open to, that are going to assist us in our business. I just want to say thank you to the Kula team. Really. I can go on and talk about Kula, but I think for us, we're excited, very excited. My wife and I are very excited.
Okay, hello. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if everybody can just take their seats because the program has changed slightly. We are going to take a 15 to 20-minute tea break, but just not right now. We are going to get into a policy and agricultural leadership panel right now, as led by Dr. Sifiso Ntombela, coming on stage in his capacity as speaker and advisor of the National Assembly, as it were. So if we can please just take our seats, and he will then come on stage and introduce his panelists. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
And then you can let the chords in. Okay. Oh, yes. Is the mic? One, two. Is it just the two of us? I think. Good morning, colleagues.
How are you?
I must tell you that Ivor had not paid for tea yet, and I fell a victim of being used as an excuse that I'm rushing, but I'm around for the whole day. JFK, it's because the tea is not ready. That's the problem. But I hope that we'll have a good conversation. Over to you, Sifiso. Let's just wait for Doc.
Is it a technical issue?
There we go. You can just put it in my pocket already. Actually, that set is mine. How are you, MC?
Maybe Doc, take this one. Let me come this side.
This side, Doc. Don't run
I
away.
was told this stage is a bit unstable, so I would have liked to come closer so that you avoid the edges of it.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Ivor said he has fallen, and he said he has a target of about 3 people to fall today.
To fall on
So we are already on 2.
So, Ivor, you are up to no good this
Yeah,
morning.
so, they
start tricking us.
Good morning, everyone. The chairperson had greeted you this morning and you were very silent. So I thought it's because we're still starting. So let me try again and say good morning, everyone.
Morning.
We have had really two good sessions, which I think was very exciting this morning. But I think now we're going to shift things around a bit. So my name is still Sfiso. Tombela is my surname. I used to be an agricultural economist. I'm not so sure whether I'm still one of it. I took a sabbatical in the industry, and I now moonlight as the advisor to the politicians. So I work with politicians all the time now. And I think we're going to shift things around and talk about policy in the agricultural sector, but also in the context. I hope my panelists will still understand what are those policy framework that can assist us to also drive this regenerative agricultural sector. But before I get into that, allow me then to entice you with the very distinguished panel members that are here with me. On my very first right, I have Dr. Darlene Lowe, who will then be able to help us to understand what kind of policies do we need in your work that you do in the Gauteng around agriculture. I have Wandi Leseslobo, a good friend of mine, is a presidential envoy. So we want to hear what the president has as the priorities for the sector. But he's also an economist, so he will tell us whether he's advising president based on numbers or based on sentiments. But I'm hoping that I'm not breaking protocol, MEC. We're gonna take off the executive powers of yours, and then we're gonna bring you to the people who you are serving. We have the MEC, Rockman from MEC in the Free State province, one of the most important provinces in terms of our food basket.
We are the breadbasket.
Yes.
The others are just content.
Yes. And I'm so happy there's no MEC from Northwest, because then otherwise this panel would have generated in terms of who's the food basket between the two provinces.
Yeah.
So we will go with that MEC.
The data talks for itself.
Yes.
It's the Free State.
And we also have a very good friend and at times a mentor of us when she was still with the state. And then now running a very important organization, Sis Leona, and the CEO of the ACTA. Welcome.
Thank you.
I want to start off perhaps maybe to entice the conversation, because we're talking policy, we're talking leadership, and there's no script to that, right? And agriculture is at a crossroad where we've been one of the most dominating sectors in terms of growth. And we are the sector that also plays very critical functions in the society, both in terms of economic development, but also in terms of social cohesion, because agriculture is both a defensive and economic sector. And before we start, which I'll get into, if you do allow me, I want to read a passage. So this is the Constitution of South Africa.
Oh, I thought it's a Bible.
Yes. No. I want to read a passage from the preamble of the Constitution. I did disclose that I sit that side, so I read this thing every day now. I'm going to skip the very first part, but I want to just focus on the section which says, we, which means all the South Africans, right? We, therefore, through our freely elected representative, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of the republic, so as to heal the division of the past, establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and the fundamental human rights. And there's no other sector that really talks and resonates with those issues of social justice, fundamental human rights, and democratic society that we all want to have. Because if you go then to section 27, it says people shall have access to food. Now, let me not break my protocol. Let me start with my MEC.
Yes.
And lay as a foundation. Looking at the last 30 years, and this year we're celebrating 30 years of our Constitution, and we have laid policies that really gave us the agri sector that is prosperous, that is export-led, and that is contributing to the GDP. What lessons you think we have done right in the past 30 years in agricultural policy? And what reforms do we think, given the challenges that we still have, we need to put in place going forward for another 30 years?
Thank you very much. I know the neighbors next to me, it's just the other panelists that I don't know. We meet regularly at various forums. I think what we've done right, to a certain extent, is starting to address restitution and tenure. The commercial agriculture sector is humming, but what is lacking is our emerging agricultural sector. Transformation has not achieved what it should have achieved because we regarded land tenure as a goal in itself, which it can never be. We need to change our mindset. It's not just ownership, it's about production. I think it took us 30 years to learn that lesson, that land tenure is the beginning, but if we do not link it to the production input, to mechanization, to skills development, to offtake agreements, we're only going to be stuck at one small portion. I feel for the communal property associations, especially in the Free State. I think Russell's Valley must be the only one that is successful at this stage. In February, we were with Minister Nyonsu in Bethlehem. He was handing over title deeds, fortunately many productive farms amongst them. But then we had the session with Communal Property Association, 29 of them, and not one of them are functioning. We have 64 in the Free State, probably 95% non-compliant. So if I see CPA in front of an application, it's immediately out. We don't even consider them. And they don't belong to agriculture's mandate. They work with land reform and rural development. And it is the siloing of what land reform and rural development deals with and what we as agriculture deal with. That's where it falls apart. It falls through the cracks. If you look at the split, the 2024 split of agriculture and rural development into two departments, agri-parks and FPSUs, the farmer production support units, are nowhere. They're in a vacuum. They're not moving forward or backward. Security contracts, for example, are expiring. The Kroonstad FPSU is vandalized to the ground. Farmers stepped in because no department was acting. And they took the equipment for safekeeping. They didn't steal the equipment. They took it. They just took it. They informed us, this tractor is at farm X, this combine harvester is at farm Z. So that you know where your equipment is. But if we leave it like that, there will be nothing left. So I think we need to go back and relook at our planning. Our keynote address was talking about CASP. Our conditional grant, and that we do fund conservation agriculture. But what we must be clear of is that is the smallest portion of CASP. It's the miniature portion of CASP that goes into veldcare. We, for example, fund 12 individual CPA projects, but it's conservation agriculture. We're not talking regenerative agriculture. We are supporting 2 schools, and I think it was raised to say, let us step further back than just talking about young farmers. The mindset change must come from the learners at schools. We have 8 agricultural schools, fully fledged agricultural schools. We have just over 70 schools that now offer agriculture as a subject in the Free State, which is a great move forward, but it doesn't help if we don't have the practices in place. Now, we support 2 conservation agriculture projects at the Siothlong Hotel and Agriculture School in Kwakwa, and the Unicom Agricultural School in Tweespruit, both in the Thaba-Mfusinyane district. And that is really where we must start, is to catch the young learners. The second part is many of our young people who get into farming, it's just that no one has told them they're practicing regen agriculture. They have nothing else. So that's where they start. And that is something that we need to enhance, to see, but how do we build on that basis? Then infrastructure, I must mention it. I've been to Dani's Plaas. I can't remember I don't know if he remembers in 2024. It was just after we took office. He has an annual region conference. To get to Dani's Plaas, you need to add at least an hour to your traveling time. The way you must drive around potholes, you preferably drive in the veld than what is left of the road.
Sure.
We sit with Westgrove, that's on the border of Herzogsville and Christiana, and they tell you, well, we are not buying anything in Herzogsville because we can't reach the silo, because the roads are in such a bad condition. Every single aspect of our infrastructure that does not work directly affects farmers. It affects their production, it affects what they get at harvest. And with production input cost being what it is, our farmers are under enormous strain. The other thing is partnerships, and it can be small partnerships, it can be big partnerships. But without partnerships, as the Free State, we could not have vaccinated 1 million cows between March and June. 3 months. Because we only have 10 state vets. We only have 40 animal health technicians. We have 23 community service vets that came in. But then RMIS brought us 8. They seconded 8 to us. And we have 64 private sector vets that we do not pay. But they are working with us. They are helping us practically. So for us to achieve that first million vaccinated cattle is an enormous achievement. We find ourselves looking at spaces where no one thought we would go. My department thought I'm mad. I said, I want to talk to Sandra. About what? There's a biosecurity problem in this country. Where's Sandra? Because they are the ones running toll roads. Why are we not putting biosecurity checkpoints on toll roads? We need to be more innovative, more creative. And I think that is where we are going to go. Let me lastly say, in the Free State, we are beginning to say, let's avoid the scattered rand. Let's avoid funding a project here, there, everywhere, and we don't have a holistic view. We must work towards a transformative rand. To fund the package, not just a single isolated production input, and next year a tractor, and then the year thereafter we are told, no, we must fund them for planning. Now, how have you funded a project up to that level and then take them back to planning? You said, no, let's start with planning and then the rest will follow. So it's really how we approach these matters. It needs a bit of a fundamental rethink. It needs policy amendments. It can't happen overnight, but it's more or less fixing the plane as it's flying. You must make your changes and adaptations quicker and in a more responsive way.
No, thank you very much for that, MSc. And I'm going to come back on that transformative rand. I think that's a very interesting concept, given the fact that you've also practiced as the MSc for finance in the province, which will come back. Let me bring you, Sis Leona. The MSc says the policies were in place. You had a 1997 paper on land reform. What happened to the innovation? Perhaps maybe start sharing with us those insights when you were part of the land reform and what needs to be done, your experience of it. And in hindsight, now that you are a leader in terms of the agriculture and the partnerships that she's talking about, why have we not reached those partnerships that she's talking about? Share us your view on this, Lele.
Okay, thanks very much. I didn't think Wandile was going to take me back to when I was helping to write these policies. So, but I think for me, and I agree with everything the MEC is saying, right? So a number of policies were developed, and I think the core of the policy in land reform was always, if we provide tenure, we solve the problem. But then as we went along, you discovered that tenure alone doesn't solve the problem. And this is not against giving title, fully agree, title is necessary. Title on its own, though, solves nobody's problem. Title on its own, simply as an asset, without the support that goes with it, will not solve the problem we want to see for agricultural growth and development. So this, for me, is saying title is necessary, plus, right? And I think in government, there was that realization. I mean, even as we moved from the 97s and we went forward 2000s, 2001s, and they came up with ALRAD. Again, it was a thinking that land reform, MEC, and agriculture came very close together or had to be very close with each other. So we thought this is a joint policy that will allow us to provide land, but at the same time, provide the agricultural development and support. And also a little bit of different thinking about how you finance it. So innovation again. I don't think there was anything wrong necessarily with the LRAD policy, but the challenge came with how it got implemented. And I think that's our big problem in how we look at policy every time, not just in the land reform space, but in the agri and land reform space, if you want to call it, that's where we are now, is when something goes wrong, then the whole policy shifts. And then we also have a challenge, and Wandile, maybe it's something you're going to also change as we work with the presidency, is how do we make sure policy sits for longer terms? It doesn't keep always getting a new policy and a new policy. Policy needs to be refined, reviewed, amended. But not everything has to be taken out, and then you start again, and plus comes in, right? So LRAD had a whole lot of elements about changing agriculture and land reform to become more business orientated. So it had the right mindset, but the problem was the way it was financed was creating a problem. It meant bring people, lots of people together, whether they were really interested in farming or not, right? So that became a problem. Then, because we don't have this thing of, and I'll use the word auto-collaborate. It's like land reform approves the project, and we thought, bring all the parties to the same table so that if we all approve together, maybe it makes a difference in how you give the support. But after everyone approves, that collaboration doesn't necessarily unfold in the way you want to see it happen, right? And that became another challenge because you have land reform as a national mandate, agriculture as a concurrent mandate. It still remains with us today, and it's still creating problems in the system. I honestly believe that. And we have to figure that out because we have an AEMP which requires us to work across levels of government and the municipalities. And we can't get it right unless we fix the way in which the budgets address what needs to be done. So again, you have the shift in thinking, right? And I want to come back to what MEC is saying, to say, when we gave land and then we thought, okay, financing was the problem, we helped to try and solve the financing problem. But the challenge with the financing was that we thought finance without extension support, without market access, all of that solves it. So now you're sitting, Wandile, with your famous 2.8 million hectares of land, which was plus, right? No title, 30-year lease. And then you're expecting, okay, they'll get finance somehow from somewhere. Maybe the bank will give it to them. But then what? Which value chain are they linked in? Which market system are they linked in? Who are they producing what for? And that land that's sitting in the 2.8 million hectares was highly productive land that we acquired. So we should be targeting those areas to say, if we brought title, where's the package, Wandile, that comes with that title? And all of us, it's not about government, it's a collective acting in the space right now of government, private sector, DFIs, really thinking in one collective ecosystem. And so, and then obviously the famous one that came was the agri-parks MEC refers to, and I was one of the architects of that policy, so I'll take whatever comes. But I still don't think it was the wrong policy or program. Again, we failed at implementation level. And again, we have this thinking that government must drive agribusiness. Government cannot drive agribusiness, and I come from government, right, originally. But you need collaboration, and you need real partnership with commercial partners and the banking sector. DFI commercial banks need to come to the same table as we look at these things. And government needs to understand that for the agri-park model or similar support models to work, you need private sector investment. You're not going to attract it if government wants to be the one that runs and manages those parks. Elsewhere in the world, and we've been traveling when we wrote that policy, even in Rotterdam, one of the biggest ports in the world, right? And one of the biggest agri-hubs in the world, if you want to call it like that. Those are not run by government. They are private sector driven, but government created the enabling environment, enabling infrastructure, enabling legislation and policy for those things to happen. And that's where I believe we need to shift our thinking when we're creating policy. And really, I think we're at a crossroads right now where there's so much of goodwill, there's so much of opportunity for collaboration. And we should be grabbing that and saying, what role now is government's? What role is the DFI's? what role is private sectors, and be very clear. Don't think after the fact, what is our role? If we sign a social compact that sits in the AEMP, define that role up front. And I think that's where we even struggle a little bit now on moving forward with the AEMP as we want to. There's a lot of good things happening in it. I mean, like the work that RMIS is doing on biosecurity, like the other programs that are running in citrus, etc. But we have to think, where do we want to be 10 years from now? Who's the funder of this? Who's the executor of this? Who's the support programs on this? And then that's the role each of us run with, although we answer in one system. Thank you.
I want to bring you, Dr. Lowe, on this. So we hear that the policies were there. Innovation somehow got lost in the implementation, but it's not all bad. But what's happening to this partnership? Maybe from the private sector side, why haven't you drive this partnership?
Hi, everyone. I sometimes think that I live on another planet because when we're talking about policy, I think about all the instruments that there are for integrated development planning. IDPs are there. You've got the district development model, DDM is there. And so the government has got all these instruments, policies that are there, which are supposed to bring in the private sector. I can only speak for Gauteng. I can't speak for any other province.
Especially the Free State.
Yeah. We work very closely with the Free State, by the way, because we've got, Gauteng is the island where everything goes to. So,
And the freeze, you need the freeze
and
to
everyone.
get it there.
So as far as private sector is concerned, and I've got a long history in economics in government and a little bit of agriculture. But as far as the policy implementation and getting private sector on board, private sector is begging to be on board. So you, however, need to have a catalytical leadership or leader or preferably a female young that can drive. So see, when I say female young, they switch me off.
It's already sabotage.
That can
Sabotage.
that can drive the process. So us as Agriculture Gauteng, we work very closely with government. We have MOU with GDOT, which is our agriculture department, and economic development, because we see agriculture very much as an economic activity. And then what we also do is we make sure that when we do reach out to farmers, and we do that on a regular basis, for example, if we're looking at things that are legislated like firefighting, within our firefighting program and our training, we bring regenerative farming into it. So regen is part of our fire training. So in Gauteng, we also assist the farmers to understand what does carbon actually mean. Because if I've got some carbon here, and if you're going to take that and put it in the soil, it's not going to do anything because it's not activated. But people at ground level are hungry for information. Every single time that we do an outreach to farmers, whether it is commercial farmers or which we are concentrating on now, is we are looking at our emerging farmers, peri-urban farmers in Gauteng. It's called the Gauteng City Region. We only have 2019 commercial farmers that are sitting on big tracts of land, but our emerging peri-urban small-scale farmers are between 7,000 and 8,000. And then we also have urban agriculture. And what we say is there's a golden thread that runs through agriculture. Farming as an action is only 2% of the full value chain of agriculture.
Yeah.
However, it's the most important 2%. And the gentleman that was talking about soil, he's got a fan. If you don't look after your soil, there's nothing. So as Agriculture Gauteng, we believe in collaboration. Policy is a piece of paper, and paper is patient. And if I may, we also use it in the bathroom. So we need to ensure that the policies that we have are implemented. But when you implement them, you must make sure that you pull all the strings together. It doesn't help to have land reform and you give people land, and we've got it in Gauteng, And they've got hectares and hectares of land, but they've never been a farmer. They don't know how to farm. And there, organized agriculture as Agri-Gauteng, we come in and we make linkages to our farmers, because private sector is dying to be part of agriculture. I don't know which banking group is here, but we actually are dealing with a banking group that has an entire division in the bank dedicated to regenerative farming. An entire division in the bank. And they are more than keen to work with us and to work on regenerative farming. So, you know, we also need to understand that when you're looking at regenerative farming, there's a massive attraction for certain tourists to come and look at what we are doing in South Africa. So agriculture, I always say, if you can take agriculture and you can make it a job creation activity, especially in South Africa, we can turn the economy. I will come and advise you. We can turn the economy of South Africa around in 6 months. We can reduce unemployment to 5% in 6 months if we focus on agriculture. But we're not focusing on agriculture. We're doing all the peripheral stuff. And when I talk about focusing on agriculture, I talk about the full value chain. The full value chain. From the soil to exporting your mushrooms to China so that they can be dried over there and sent back to South Africa. So yes, private sector, we're keen to be involved. There are so many people in the private sector that wants to help agriculture, but somebody needs to put them together. Now, Agri-Gauteng has similar affiliates in all the other provinces. I can't speak on their behalf at all, but with foot and mouth disease, for example, who in the room is from Gauteng?
All of us.
All of them. Let's try this one.
Fantastic. I just want to tell you that Gauteng, as far as foot and mouth disease is concerned, is number 1 in the country when it comes to vaccinating animals. And there's only one reason for it: private sector involvement. Our private vets are fully on board. We, in actual fact, in Gauteng, going to start our 2nd round of vaccinations in July. So, but we started early. We didn't wait until March. We started last year, August. So, so Gauteng, you must really tap yourselves on the shoulder and on the back, because every single entity, from roads and transport, from SAPS, from law and by-law enforcement, GDOD, municipalities, everybody cooperates around that. By the way, if you do not take municipalities into account when you're trying to implement policy, don't even try, because you cannot go to somebody's house and eat out of their fridge and not tell them that you're there.
No, I keep that one. Thank you very much. I see MEC, I'll pull you there on the vaccination rate, because I don't want it to get to the numbers of animals. But I really like it, what you've touched on in terms of that partnership. And I'll come back into this 6 months plan. We're going to come up with a plan, a 6 months plan of how agriculture can drive our agriculture development. I want to bring you in, Wandile, and I think basically the burden of having too many hats that you wear. I want us to first, we've heard that there has been policies. We've heard that there's been implementation. There are some of the areas. Are numbers collaborating with what our panel is saying? So if you can just share us in terms of economic numbers in the sector, whether the numbers are collaborating with that. But I want you also to touch base on some of these weaknesses in the systems and in our institutions that they're talking about, to say we have built a commercial agricultural sector, but there are issues when it comes to inclusivity. There are issues when it comes to institutions that drive coordination. And what can we do about that? If I can bring you in, Wandile, on that side.
Yeah. First, let me thank the folks at Kagiso and the chair for this, because you have created here a space for reflections, and I know that you have advertised it as a regenerative agriculture conversation. But as you can see from the richness of all of these comments, that this is about food security and agriculture and food fiber value chain and beverages in South Africa. So to you at Kagiso and the colleagues at Food for Mzansi for this space. I think that that's important, and thank you. And sitting next to the MEC here, I've been promising her that I'll get to the Free State, I'll get to the Free State. I'm a little bit busy. And then she texted me the other day. She's like, you are tweeting 100 times a day, but you are not here. How can you be that busy? But MEC, the reason I was avoiding the MEC was that some of the things that she's raising, which is in line to your points, Viso, we had to sort of come up with some solution. One of those, which I'll start with, I'll make maybe about 2 or 3 points very quickly, was on this issue of the land, which you were raising, MEC. Because it is only on the 2nd of June where the president had officially gone on and say all of the plus land that has been there needs now to be transferred with title deeds, and Minister Nyonso and everyone in the department is in the process of actually doing exactly that. But what was also interesting is that 2.5 million hectares we always talk about, which Leona referred to, there was always a thinking that there may be people who are occupying that land. But I can say now roughly 1.3 million hectares of that is not occupied. So when you are thinking about the growing and going forward, that's the one aspect at which we will go forward to. And the theme of today, though, of regenerative agriculture, I do think that it also comes timely, MEC, given that the one thing that the South African farmers are complaining about, either it's Sandile's people in grains and SACTA and the others, they are complaining about higher input costs and all of these things that are happening in the world, caused by the Middle East and the other stuff. But then the key thing is about a deeper conversation of how can we reduce those input costs relying on regen. But then the other thing about the regen space, there's a guy at the back there called Hendrik Smith, Dr. Hendrik Smith. I used to work with him at Grain SA. The key thing with Hendrik we used to talk about was that, okay, we can do all of these no-till, and the other thing, he was working on no-till at the time. But how do we ensure that we don't jeopardize the productivity, the output of this? Somebody earlier made a comment that Africa is doing regen. We should be learning and harnessing all of that, which is a good thing on face value when we are talking about. But the problem is that the continent doesn't produce any food. I mean, we're spending 80 billion US dollars importing the food and all of that. There's a productivity problem. From year 2000 up until now, all the grain output that has happened in the African continent, with the exception of South Africa and Zambia, has been about tilling more land. It has not been about the increasing in the productivity side. So these conversations then begin to be important, that all of you in the room who are on regen and doing awesome work is about then sharing all of those strategies that you are applying so that people begin to appreciate it more. Because the reason there is that it's also on the ignorant side of some of the people not really knowing about what are some of those things that are happening. And I think then that conversation is important on that. That was a preamble, so let me go then to your question. Look, in as far as the growth of the sector and as what was happening, the MEC's opening remarks were pretty on point. I know that for much of last year, many people were saying agriculture in South Africa is not growing. There are big problems, bad things are happening, and all of these things. But I mean, we've written several times that the sector has now almost more than doubled. It will be 3 times from where it was in 1994. With the technological adoption, we now today employing more people than in 1994, around 960,000 people in primary agriculture, 350,000 people in a value chain. So all things are going very well, at least at a macro level in as far as the output. That doesn't mean the farmers are getting richer, because Dr. Lowe's members will say they are not getting as that rich. I mean, the farm debt is speaking to that. You have a record farm debt in this country this year of about 260 billion rand. Then that speaks about how much money. It's not that the farmers are not paying back the money, but they are getting it and reinvesting and doing all of these things. So the point is that there's a lot of things that are going forward, but the profitability is increasingly coming under pressure. One of the key things about the profitability is the rising input costs that the farmers and many others are complaining about that. But that prosperity is not shared. I mean, a number of the black farmers and the others are sitting at the periphery of this agricultural progress in this country. Sviso and I and Professor Johan Kirsten looked at the numbers at the time in about 2023. Black farmers in totality were only making up about 10% of the agricultural output in this country. It differs value chain by value chain, commodity leaders by commodity leaders will pick up their own number. But the point is that the black farmer progress is still not to those desired levels. And I think then how do you get through that is a combination of what the MEC was saying they are beginning to do in the Free State and some of the things that are confronting them that are on the logistics side and the network industries that are outside a portfolio, but she needs to be assisted on that. Those partnerships that Leona is talking about and the financing and the training that is needed, because you are right, land alone when it comes in is not going to be sufficient, but capital is needed, but also what ACTA, what PALS, what Agri-SA and many others can do. Those are some of the things that I think the MEC will be open to having conversations and seeing how you actually assist them in executing what they are doing in the province. Overall, as a closing point on this, I mean, if you ask now the people at the presidency as to what do they want to get out of agriculture, they'll probably tell you two things. That over the next 3 to 5 years, the goal is to see if we can achieve a 30% expansion in the gross value added of the sector by bringing that land into production and making sure then that is fully utilized. Two, can we add in agriculture and its value chain between 300 and to 500,000 jobs in the sector, which is quite a feat given that we are now at 1.3 million jobs that are already in the sector. But if we can come closer to that, which I think then, Dr. Lowe, to your point that you were making, those are some of the things that we would really like to see, and the plans are in place to implement and achieve that.
Thank you very much for that, Wandile. And now we have both the plan, the 6 months plan, which is coming from the perspective of the private sector. We also now have an understanding in the presidents, what are the expectations, and it seems as there's alignment in that. I want to come back into the question to say, now that we have a plan, because Leona earlier talked about, and the MEC about different policies, and they keep on changing. So I don't want this plan to change. So we'll have to come back and talk about leadership to ensure the plan doesn't take. But before I go there, I want to check if there's any questions, because we want to have this as a conversation from the floor. I want to just take 1 or 2 questions from the floor to add on this plan before we close it, because we want to keep it a very small plan. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My question is very quick. I just want to find out from the policy perspective, to what effect your policy, and I'll just choose one bucket around funding, because when you look at the landscape in this country, forget the banks, I think the banks are doing extremely well in funding agriculture in their portfolios, with the exception of the land bank. But if you look at all the DFIs, when you go to them, they will tell you straight that there's no mandate for primary agriculture. They are only looking at agri-processing right now. You go to the funds, private capital, no one is really investing in primary agriculture. They are looking at the value chain. So, and I just find out from the policy leaders, to what effect your policies translate, especially to the DFI bucket, because we know how many billions are sitting with them, and we believe there's a mismatch between what the government is saying, more people must come to agriculture, but the funding agencies are not really up to that game, exception with the bank. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we have that, and bear in mind we have development financiers in place. They did say that they are purse is open. So just remember that as we address that question. Can we have another one on this side, on the right?
Yeah.
No.
I just want to ask the panelists, when business people talk about the future, they never say anything to do with policy. All we talk about is strategy, and we talk about purpose. I can't help but notice how much the word policy gets involved. And for me, it's mysterious because, strategy is about directionality, it's about momentum, it's about coherence. What is policy about? Does it invoke any of those qualities to create changes in a social trajectory of how people are meant to perform? It doesn't. And I think that for me is the thing we get tripped up on all the time. And I think, Leona, you mentioned the perpetual search for the new policy or the best policy. But the private sector doesn't work with policy, they work with strategy. Yeah. I just want to put that out as a provocation.
Just a quick one on the response on those two questions, because I want to come back into back to your closing remarks as your panel on it. Anyone want to take Leona, if you want to take the finance one?
The finance one. I think, so let me say from the DFI's perspective, I think there are a number of different DFIs that fund different things. And I think the issue there is what I spoke about before, this thing of collaboration or inter-collaboration between the DFIs and the government space. So the government departments at the moment have a lot of monies or MEC monies available for development. If one looks broadly across, right, you'll find grant funding sitting in different departments that can be used for agriculture. So they're sitting in the land reform department, they're sitting in the agriculture department, they're sitting in small business development, they're sitting in social development. So we need to figure out a way of how we're bringing that grant funding in so that there's one design for use of it, right? We also have to figure out how we're leveraging it better, even at the DFI space. So I know you said land bank, they're not necessarily playing as they should be. The question maybe to also ask is land bank sufficiently capitalized with the right type of funding to drive the blended finance? If we say blended finance is one of the best vehicles that we can be using right now, do they have sufficient to drive that? Where IDC, on the other side, will tell you they're doing a lot on the agro-processing, but if you go in and you look at the type of projects they're funding, they are funding primary production because they are investing hugely in poultry, hugely in orchard development, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, again, when one looks broadly, and we've been doing a lot of work right now with the NAMC as AGDA, because we've been tasked as AGDA to develop a funding framework that aligns for the AEMP to be implemented. So we can see, I know we say commercial banks, they're doing quite a lot. The problem also is there's a lot more, like I think it was MEC or Wandile said, that needs to be done at that small and medium scale level to bring in those new entrants in production. Whether it's going to be regen agriculture or whether it's going to be whatever people are people are currently farming, we have to figure that gap out. And one of the missing things is from the producer side, and very quickly, is are they ready? How ready are they? Because when you go to commercial banks, it'll be about risk, right? When you go to DFIs, again, it's about money being paid back. So we have to deal with the whole ecosystem, getting the farmer ready, and then making sure the funding institutions are there. So there's a whole plethora of funding. We need to align them correctly. That's my opinion at the moment.
Dr. Lo, very quickly, strategy, policy. You want to reflect on that?
Actually, policy is a framework within which you need to operate. Policy is not cast in stone. It can always be changed, as you indicated before. Policy is a framework, and that framework, and most policies are developed by government. But those policies private sector needs to know what they are so that they can operate within those policies so that they know where to go to get the right thing. And with the finance is not a problem. It's the access to the finance that's the problem. People have a challenge with access to finance. And if you as private sector, and I'm speaking on behalf of Agriculture Gauteng, if you as the private sector do not know where to take your farmer, then your farmer is never going to get funding. So somewhere there must be a coordinating body that assists the farmers to point them in the right direction and to facilitate the process. So policy guides the private sector as to how you need to navigate for you to be able to access all the benefits that you can obtain from government. And trust me, there are many benefits available in government and the private sector.
Let me just say
You wanna come in there?
something very, and it's gonna be crude. We can never underestimate or minimize the role of a policy framework.
Definitely.
The businesses are enterprises devoted to a particular area. They work, as Dr. Lowe is saying, already understanding the environment for their own shareholders and stakeholders and whoever is in there. And I say this as someone who has foot in business. I work for the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa and also sitting in government. Two things in this country. If we could now, as a government, decide that the policy framework tomorrow in grain industry, we will decide the prices of maize. It's no longer going to be listed as suffix, and we will stop the exports of every food product. That is a policy objective that you can put in place, and that will be catastrophic for everyone that is trying to invest in here. In Zimbabwe, the idea that land must be taken away without compensation, that was a policy idea. And whether then businesses try to operate on that, it gets to be very difficult. So the right framework as to what the direction of a country is. All of these goals here, I know many of us who are in private sector, we pat ourselves at the back and say the country is the only African country that is in the top 40 global agriculture exporters. We are doing all of these large yields and seeing productivity. It's all on our side, it's despite the government. But many people say that thing because they are angry about the near-term problems. But without a government that has put the policies that are in place in this country, none of us would have achieved that. In year 2000, the exports in this country were $2 billion US. Today, last year, they were at $15.1 billion dollars. In the first quarter of this year, just one quarter, 3 months, we exported 3.7 billion USD. We couldn't achieve that in a whole year in 2000. The only reason for that, these markets did not open themselves, and you can go and knock at any country, it's government to government that opens the markets. Yeah. So while we get angry with the government, but the South African government deserve a lot of credit on opening up the markets, and not only there, there's a reason why many of you in this room and us in South Africa, we get these yields that we get in agriculture and these productivity gains. It's because there's a policy framework that allows for certain genetics to be registered, for certain seed cultivars to be registered. If there could be a feeling amongst the South African policymakers that we are no longer going to allow certain genetics and agrochemicals, you can see the results on the productivity side. The point I'm making is that all of these things needs to be in sync. The other ones seem far, but it is everything directionally as to where things go for businesses.
It essentially, if I can come in also on the policy matter, it sets out the rules of the game.
Yeah.
It creates predictability. We have enough other variables in agriculture to take account of.
Yeah.
But also it creates transparency. If we all know the rules and we all play by the rules, that takes us quite a long way forward to get to where we want to be with agriculture.
I want to close with that, and I think I really like the point you've made in terms of why policy is so important. It is set up that predictability in terms of the market and allows players to function properly. And earlier on, you've started off saying that policy, and I just want to make this quick distinction between policy and legislation, because policy is an intent of implementation of the legislation, which changes all the time. That's why Leona said that policies always change. From LR, SLAT plus could come up with something else differently now. Similarly, on the agricultural sector, one day you spoke about it. We started Badat, there was agricultural trust,
Yeah.
and then at some point there was NDP chapter 6, now it's AMP, which you're talking about. So policy changes. And I think in responding to this last question as a depart upon 1 minute each, of the leadership that we have, because the policy and the numbers one that we've just spoken about, and the legislation framework which was put in place, was put by the government of national unity, the first government of national unity in 1996, between 1994 and 96. And they've put it in exactly 18 months, which was before the constitution. So they gave us this, but the challenge of the legislative framework in the agriculture sector which we have now is that it dealt with the competitiveness and the efficiency issues, but never of the inclusivity and the financing models and the challenges which we've all been discussing in the room and now. Now, noticing 30 years later that that oversight is now potentially a risk that could reverse the gains we have gained over the last 30 years. Why haven't you changed the legislation then to provide clarity and predictability, which we know it's important for the future, thinking about the regenerative? Just 1 minute each as we close.
Can see Wandile is throwing it to me at this stage. I think when I got into the legislative sector initially, post 94, we were always taught that legislation is the least preferred option. Your legislation must create the broadest framework possible so that you allow the scope for your regulations to unpack details so that you don't every time have to go through a cycle of 2, 3, 4, 5 years to change a law when you can change a regulation in 2 or 3 months. I think that firstly. I think we need to focus also on the aspect of the kind of leadership we need now. And that would be more systemic. It would be more seeing the holistic view, being able to look at specifics, but see how they fit into the broader view. I think that is something important, and transformative leadership. I think we have all learned in different ways that you just say you can't go and eat in someone's fridge without telling them you are there, taking all spheres of government along. Municipalities have such a critical role to play in agriculture, and we are completely not discussing it. It's a by the way issue. And I think it's a good thing, that point that you have raised, is to say, let us at one stage create space to look at that role, and also nothing for us without us.
Correct.
If you do not bring your farmers along, you are going left and they will go right.
Yeah.
You have to carry your people along.
Transformative leadership.
Yeah.
Leona?
I think, I'm agreeing with MEC as well. I think it's about systemic approaches, right? And I don't think we necessarily have to go and look at a legislative change. I think it's about how we are going to come up with innovative ways of making sure what sat in legislation gets implemented, but also how we're bringing in this issue of inclusivity. And even the transformation lens, we need to think about it a lot more differently than we have over the last 5 to 7 years. Transformation is not a thing on the side. It goes across everything, gets fully incorporated into the way in which, and I think someone said, the way in which we live, the way in which we live, the way in which we guide the sector. And if we begin to think inclusively of everything we want to do, and the transformation actually permeates that, it'll be a different conversation when we're talking about growth in the agricultural sector, right? And then I think when we talk about policy as well, it's about, when we're talking innovation, right? We're talking regen agriculture, and we're talking inclusivity again. We're talking tech, right? There's so many things that have happened since the legislations of the 97s and 2000. Every day, we're not going to go and add a new line in legislation. So it'll take us 3 years, the administration will be over. It's about now, how do we adapt the policies? And for me, the biggest tool we have right now is the AEMP. But we're not really unpacking that with all these things built in. Because if I look at the AMP, I'm thinking, where do I really see a very clear direction around regen agriculture inside it? And I think that's where we must be starting to think about how we're using the tools we have differently.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Build on what successes you have made. Wandile?
Two quick points. I would say one, narratives matter.
Yeah.
And the narratives we tell about the sector needs to be a bit more upbeat. You were talking about people not investing in farming. If every time I'm hearing about the problems, I don't invest to look good. Investment is not a morality game. People want to get returns. And I think the narratives we tell, which I think are uplifting. I mean, Kagiso is engaged and you are having this conversation with us. So I do think that we have to try to make narratives that are a bit more positive about agriculture, realistic, not in the clouds, but a bit more progressive. Last point, I think generally South Africans, as many of those that lead farmer associations and agribusinesses, place a lot of focus on who's leading a department. And you build relationships with people at the tops of the structures. But you forget that the people that deliver the work are actually the chief directors, DDGs, and many other people. And those are the people that also hone the continuity. If you are going to their leaders and you are talking about how useless everybody else is in the department, then you're gonna face a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's way more important that we are inclusive in our engagement with the department. There's many South Africans who devote their working in these departments. They need our support and respect and building relationships with them, in addition to what we do with their political leaders and departments. Thanks.
That's a very important point. Recognition of the agents of the state. The last point, Dr. Low.
I must say, I'm actually very excited about agriculture in South Africa. Maybe it's just because in Gauteng we just march to a different beat, march to a different drum. But you
have the toll gates. That's
yes, exactly. So I think that leadership is extremely important with the implementation of policy, because it depends also on how that person that's in the leadership role is coming across to every single person in the organization. As Agri-Gauteng, we find it so important to make sure that we work across the entire spectrum of government departments, that we said we would like to develop an app to assist extension officers. Because we all know we don't have enough extension officers in agriculture, but we've developed an app that can assist the extension officer that's available for any farmer on his or her phone at any time. And it's specifically aimed at our emerging farmers, because that is where our focus is. The future of farming in South Africa, well, in Gauteng definitely, but in South Africa is in your peri-urban and urban areas. It's not your vast tracts of land that's where the future lies for agriculture. Young people in Gauteng are becoming excited about agriculture because of the fact that they now understand that agriculture is actually highly scientific and technical. So you don't have to think, if I'm going into farming, oh, I have to have a farm. No, you don't. Because the person that is servicing the drone, that is distributing my fertilizer over my field, that person might not even ever see a farm, but is involved in agriculture. So leadership is extremely important, and leadership needs to understand that you need to work with the entire spectrum of people that are in the agricultural sector. And we've got many examples of many success stories where it is actually, agriculture is actually built from the bottom up and not from the top down.
Thank you very much. There you have it, Kagiso Trust, Food from Zanzi. These are your policymakers telling you that the sector is still very much in good hands. The policy framework is still very much predictable. Can you give them a round of applause to our policymakers? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, we're done.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sfiso Ntombela. Thank you to the panelists. If ever there was a more essential panel, that definitely was it. Shaping the narrative for where we want to go with regeneration, but also getting empirical evidence from those that are doing the work as to what exactly is informing the decisions as we currently see it, and how can we improve on what already exists. I know everybody is starving, so we're going to take this opportunity to just let you know that you can go and have some lunch, and then we will return with our lightning talks. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yeah. Gotta switch it off.
The future, it doesn't just arrive, it's born inside each of us, waiting to be ignited. At Kagiso Trust, we believe the future lives in you. We've walked beside the dreamers, the doers, the job seekers, and the leaders, igniting the spark of potential that lies deep inside. When we unlock that potential, we don't just build careers or businesses. We build a future shaped by your hands, your dreams, your courage. It's all inside of you. This is more than just a chance. It's a movement, a promise that with the right support, dreams turn into reality. Hope turns into achievement and potential turns into legacy. Kagiso Trust is here to walk with you every step of the way. Because the future isn't just ahead of us, it is inside of us all. Kagiso Trust, igniting human capacity.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me if I sound like I've got a frog in my throat. Lunch was delicious, and I hope that you all are well fed and are ready for us to continue the day. We return with, I think, a really exciting part of the program with lightning talks. And this is where we're going to hear some really wonderful presentations. And it's going to give us an opportunity to get a sense of what has been done at an agri-tech level and those that are really participating in the agricultural value chain. So with that said, I would like to call up our first speaker for the lightning talk. We've got one coming through from Ayanda Mbonani. She's coming through in her capacity as COO or Chief Operations Officer for an agri-tech company known as Kula. Right? The stage is Ayanda's.
Bradley Dickens, and this is my wife Charlene. We bought this farm in 2016, and we got here, it was just a total mess. There was burnt timber throughout the farm. There was no arable land available, so we did some cleaning over the years. I think for me, smart farming means just starting to use more technology in our farming operations.
Some of the challenges that we face as up-and-coming black farmers in the industry is that we have very little access to funding in terms of finances for the farm, for the product that we're going to be producing. And also, when it comes to the financial background, some of us don't have specific financial background into agri-processing, and it comes up mostly in your financials when you find that most of the time you are declined for when it comes to funding. So that has been a major challenge even for ourselves in this industry. The role in which funding plays in our business is very vital, because without funding, we are unable to even put anything into the ground.
Being introduced to Kula, I think, was the best thing that has happened to us at BNB Farming Enterprises. You know, when you speak about a one-stop shop, for us that has been Kula. You know, from earlier this year when we were invited to come up to you guys' offices and just experiencing that whole one-stop shop, you know, from going to the different departments and the different sectors of Kula business was overwhelming for us. Firstly, we had support when it comes to our inputs. Secondly, we had support when it came to purchasing and looking for good prices when it came to chemicals, fertilizers, the inputs. Not only the financial support and the financial guidance and how to put together our financials, but just the support, the trading with the maize. There's so many aspects to the Kula app that we open to, that are going to assist us in our business. I just want to say thank you to the Kula team, really. I can go on and talk about Kula, but I think for us, we're excited, very excited. My wife and I are very excited.
Good afternoon. Hoping you can see my screen. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting us here. I think any time where Kagiso Trust is involved, it's a non-brainer to be here, even Food from Zansi. So we're very fortunate to be part of this conversation around regen. You know, it's always so interesting when you're speaking about agri events, because people know a lot about agriculture. So you don't want to say the heat is too heating, the weather is too weathering, because everyone has PhDs, masters, there you are. Our conversation, our contribution to the conversation is technology and how that supports what we're talking about today. I think technology is at the center of innovation. Innovation is centered around technology. Therefore, when you're thinking about technology and innovation, then you want to ask yourself, how does it fit in regen? How do we support what's happening in regen in terms of the work that we do as Kula? So in order for me to take you through that, I need to take you back on what we do as Kula. Then you'll see that love and fit around Kula being a partner or supporter of what regen is holistically. So I was thinking about a title. I was like, what do I say? I say innovation, data, AI. What do I say in terms of today? And really, I wanted to speak about building around the farmer, how agri-tech supports regen farming. And that's ultimately what today's conversation is about. But before I get there, I think it's important to give you a little bit of a teaser of what we do as Kula, so that you can have an understanding of how we fit in. Firstly, a digital ecosystem. We have 3 platforms which will make sense as I go through everything. Firstly, one is market access, which I think you cannot have a conversation around agriculture without market access. Secondly, inputs, a platform where farmers are able to procure inputs. And lastly, which is one of the biggest conversations in any of these spaces, and always the biggest conversation, financing, which speaks to financing. So we've actually been in existence for the last 8 years. And over the last 8 years, we've had really incredible partners that have supported what we do, but not only that, have partnered with us to make sure that we can make this innovation come to life and accessible to farmers, as you saw in the first story. So I won't go into these stats because I'm very aware of my time that I've been given. Generally, when I do a presentation on Kula, if you've been part of any pitching Kula, you know I speak for 45 minutes. So now I have to speak for 10 minutes. Therefore, I'm going to skip some of these things. So Kula, the journey of building. And why I want to talk about this is because when you're thinking about emerging space, you're thinking about a space where you'll hear banks say the cost to serve is too high. You hear input suppliers, the cost to serve is too high. And I mean, the bulk of the conversation today is speaking about how do we support emerging farmers. And I use the word emerging farmers very loosely because I'm very aware that there's different definitions for emerging in the country. And maybe I would rather say agri-SMEs because then it broadens up what the emerging farmers mean. So one of the main things that we try to do through this is that when you look at the cost to serve being too high, if your service is low, it's fragmented, and it's taking too long, then it makes it difficult for you to be scalable and to actually service that farmer consistently. That's where technology becomes important because it becomes the bridge to that in that context. For us, the goal is to help farmers make better decisions and to reduce any risk and make farming more sustainable. And that's where technology comes in. So, this title is turning data into, I think this was my previous slide, turning data farmer into better farming decision. And again, when I go back to the role of technology in all of this is, how does data inform farmers to make better decisions, reduce risk, and have it more quicker, and then digging back to regen as the conversation has been happening today. So more than anything, farmers need ongoing support before and during the season. The challenge can be costly, as I've said, if it's manual. And then technology helps organize this information and activity in such a way that it's in one place and allows to support farmers in a much more faster and more effective way. One of the key things that we've actually done, and I'll go into what we do at Kula and how we fit in, is something as small as a farmer being able to take a picture of a disease. AI analyzes that and it tells the farmer what's wrong with their plant, and then they're able to check out. I know there's really cool AI tools out there that do something similar, but what's cool about ours is that you actually go straight to the marketplace and you're able to check out. But what you've done there, you've enabled a farmer to make a quicker decision instead of waiting for a technical person, and they're still technical because they can still have a conversation with a technical person. But what you've done there, a farmer is able to make a decision within 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, like 3 minutes when you use our AI tool, in terms of what's wrong, what do I need to buy, and how quickly can I buy this? And when we're talking about farmers now, we're not talking about farmers that have agronomists on site, they have a whole fleet of farmers. I mean, our farmers, when we generally talk about the type of farmers, we have farmers that are planting those hectares, whether it be 500, 600 hectares, but you're one man show, you're doing everything, right? Even though you do have some workers, I'm talking about maybe grain farmers, you still are driving that tractor. I mean, I like using her as an example because she's a mother of 5 and her youngest is 5 years old. I'm always like, how does she do everything? You'll find her on farm, driving her truck, being up, taking kids to school, doing the admin at night. So you're doing so many things, and that's where you want to use technology to ensure that you're able to make these better decisions much quicker. If you can reduce that cost to serve, you can reduce how long it takes. It also makes it easier for a farmer in that context. So how does Kula support the farmer's journey? Firstly, as I've said, we support a farmer's journey through helping farmers access inputs. Before, we used to start with markets because that's how we started. We saw that was the biggest pain point for a lot of farmers to say, this is where we struggle as farmers. But now we actually scaled down to say, let's start with inputs because you need inputs. And now, which used to be my starting point, it's actually finance. Let's start with finance because you need finance to plant. And for you to plant, to supply that market, you actually need to get funded. So what we do then with Kula is that we have a marketplace that allows farmers to sell. Secondly, we have an inputs marketplace that allows farmers to buy inputs. And one of the things that was said there by the farmers that were on screen, is that farmers are able to basically buy on a platform and compare. And what has been interesting is that sometimes farmers actually go on our platform and then they'll go to their local co-op and ask, how much does this thing cost? And then they go on the Kula platform to compare prices to say, hey, actually, this is a lot more competitive or not competitive. But ultimately, what that enables a farmer to do is that they have access to instant pricing, they're able to check out, they don't have to travel to get all of these things. And I think the part of what we've always said with what we do as Kula is that the aim is to serve as a customer, but the impact is that you're actually being part of a system that brings transformation and development unintentionally. I'll make an example with one. We built these kiosks as a mechanism to get closer to a customer. I mean, one of my biggest examples I like to use is that if Uber says, if you order an Uber and it says 2 weeks away, but you need to leave now, you're gonna delete that app. Because why must I wait for 2 weeks to leave now? So now, one of the things we were seeing is that a lot of the depots are built around, traditionally commercial farmers, and how do you get closer to the emerging farmer? We then decided, okay, we need to have a kiosk in emerging areas where it's saturated, where they can pick up their inputs if they don't want them delivered. For us, we were trying to get closer to the customer, but the impact is farmers have access, and then you start thinking about transformation there after the ripple effects of that. So where we stand in terms of innovation, that's what innovation serves. It serves as an enabler for such things. And when you think of a regen, you then think about some of the data and the decisions that farmers can make. One of the key things that we've done in the inputs platform, which has been our biggest thing, is how we have used drone technology to support farmers that are funded. Because funders here, I don't know who's a funder. You just want to know if you're going to get repaid at the end of the season. You're like, what is the yield? That's all I care at every point. Are there risks? That's all you care about. And going back to the story I'm using, Annalie, who is sort of running a one-man show, having that kind of support, you're able to see where your yields are, how your crop is performing throughout the season, and through some of the drone technology that we use. Because satellite imagery, you can't get that much as better as drones. So what we've done then, as part of the inputs marketplace, is introducing that as a mechanism for the farmer and the funder and the buyer to know where the farmer is throughout the season through our technical team. And then thirdly is what's important, connecting markets for farmers. And mostly, I would say 90% of our markets this year are off-takes. But ultimately, as I read through the slide, is that our main thing is how do we create visibility on a farmer activity and progress and outcome, and ultimately supporting farmer understands when intervention needs to happen. So why does this matter for regen farming? So again, as I was sitting there, I'm like, all these guys know regen farming. Someone probably did a whole PhD on it, so I'm not going to try speak about that. One of the main things we always talk about is that innovation and data become important in how decisions are made and how they support what's happening on ground. Farmers need to support to transition to become commercially viable businesses. But one of the key things that data does is that over time, where you're dealing with a market where data was not collected, they know historicals, I think anyone that has dealt with some of these issues, then how do you then transition into being this commercial viable business? With what agri-tech does, it really helps you to track your activities and organize support and reduce uncertainty. Because now, for the last 3 years or the last 2 years, you've had a production history, you know what's happening with your soils, you know what's happening because all of this is in one connected system. So for us, smart farmers is about making farmers more resilient, more sustainable over time. And more than anything, farmers are running businesses. So regen needs to make sense to them from an environmental perspective, but also from a financial perspective, because ultimately, we're talking about business owners right here. So it has to make sense in that perspective. So the opportunity to build for us is about building around the farmer. Even when we talk about conversations around regen or anything about sustainability, my question when I meet anyone new is, where does the farmer fit in? How does the farmer benefit? How is the farmer going to be ultimately the source of this being an opportunity for them and what that means for them? So what we see as agri-tech or our agri-tech platform, it's farmer-centered. All the problems and all the solutions we've built is from learning on ground and what we need to do in order for us to actually better support farmers from getting burnt, making mistakes. I'm learning not to use words like failing. Apparently, that's not a nice word with today's day and age, the Gen Z generation. But making mistakes, and a lot of the things that we've built is how do we support the farmer to move from point A to point B. And one of the most effective ways is that having a platform that connects production, linkages, as well as markets and support through data that helps you to make better decisions as a farmer holistically. And that's where regen becomes important, where you're able to have a support system around how farmers works better. And that's where we believe that Kula plays an important role. As I close this, I was like, how do I title this? Kula's role in making regen implementable or make it more accessible, not even accessible, but what's the role that we play in all of this? As I said at the beginning, that technology is innovation, and you cannot have innovation as technology not be part of these conversations. So as a consequence, we do become part of these conversations because the work, as I had made an example with the social change, through all the introduction of some of these small things that are important to a funder, buyer, become as a result of how they also support regen unintentionally. And that's what innovation does. So technology helps, as I said, make you become more visible, more responsive, and scalable. And through this Kula network, we're able to understand the farmers' risk, needs, and progress throughout time. So the future of regen is where farmers are supported to make better decisions season after season. And our role is to make sure that we are able to provide those practical tools for them to do that. But my closing in all of this is to say that from a technology and innovation perspective, some of the introductions of tools, some of the introductions of mechanisms to make a farmer's journey a lot easier, the result is there is an impact somehow in some of the pillars that are important. We don't talk about social change, transformation, and regen. And that's what innovation ultimately affords. It affords that opportunity for us to be in a position where you're able to ultimately be part of the conversations, but not only be part of the conversations, but they already are being implemented. And that's how Kula fits in all of this. So that's my presentation. I know I ran over time, but I wanted to take you through a story of how we fit in and how technology becomes important and why it's a center or becomes important in the conversations of innovation. So thank you so much, and I hope that I can have more conversations with other people after this.
Thank you, Ayanda. If you don't mind, you can stay on stage in case there are questions that would like to come through post the lightning talks that we've got. I'd like to take, you can take a seat.
Oh, I don't have to stand.
No.
I can take a seat.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next, and I think it's so wonderful that all these conversations are, companies that are feminine-led. I think that is another layer of the progression that we're talking about, which is wonderful. Our next talk is going to be given by somebody whose work focuses on being able to help agricultural businesses to make better climate decisions through data and technology. Her name is Dr. Tara Southey, and she's the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Tara Clim. Or Tara Climb. Tara Clim. Thank you.
So climate intelligence as an enabler for regenerative, sustainable farming. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to Kagiso Trust and for Food from Mzansi. These events are always so promising and really do underpin the future of agriculture. So today I just want to discuss how we're going to start integrating decision-making. Sorry, my slides aren't showing properly. It doesn't matter. I'm Tara Sadi from Stellenbosch, a spin-out company from Stellenbosch University. We were established a few years ago, and it's a climate intelligence platform that integrates climate data with agricultural decision-making to see how can we start helping farmers underpin decision-making, commodities, decision-makers, agribusinesses, and financiers. So today I want to speak about a very simple but important idea, regenerative farming that cannot scale without decision intelligence. And regenerative agriculture, we always look at its grazing management, water use, soil management, crop cover, biodiversity, and those are the topics that come up. But the most important thing in regenerative agriculture isn't data, it's mindset. And it came out in the panel discussions today that it's having the right intelligence delivered at the right time is one of the most important triggers for changing farmers' mindsets and promising results. So technology doesn't replace regenerative mindsets, but it accelerates it. So today, just taking some of what Ivor Price, quoting him, South Africa stands at a turning point today. Across countries, farmers, investors, researchers, and commodities, they're all asking the bold question, what would it take to rebuild our land? Food systems and rural economies at the same time, so that playing that balancing game, and how do we aggregate data? But yet the reality that we face is no season is the same, and that's our climate change reality in South Africa. And how do we expect farmers to start making better decisions when climate systems are becoming increasingly more vulnerable and unpredictable? So regenerative future is not only about doing the right thing at the right time, but it's about starting to understand and know where, when, how we should intervene in the natural ecosystem. So climate resilience and capacity across Africa is growing at a rapid rate. Important progress has been made in the different sectors of collecting climate data, modeling, but yet there's still a very important gap where we translate these diverse data sets into practical, trusted decision support systems. And to emphasize, data doesn't result in understanding, coverage doesn't result in accuracy, and availability doesn't result in usability. So we sit in this paradox of we've got more data today than ever before. We've got climate ecosystems, there's remote sensing, there's so much information, and now we're in the precipice of AI expanding into software as a service, popping out everywhere. So we're still sitting in an incomplete, doesn't mean there's data missing. It means data, there are 4 gaps that's turning data into non-decisions. The first gap is spatial gaps, the second is temporal gaps, the third is a variable gap, and the last one is integration gap. And those result in degraded decision-making. And what that means is the wrong timing, the wrong recommendation, the wrong pricing, and therefore the wrong confidence, even though we have the intention to make the right decision. So the first gap is a spatial gap. And what that means is that you are farming within a field, but yet you are also within a farm, you're also within a region. So how do you quantify the environment that you are now impacting regenerative practices or agricultural decision-making? What is your planting window? What should it be? What is it within the region? How should you react with an irrigation scheduling? And if we look at just a picture of a farm, you can see the transition of a temperature zone from the upper part of the farm to the bottom part of the farm. Each of those fields, operational blocks within that farm, have a different operational reality. Climate and terrain underpin every biological system, and your hourly thresholds throughout those different fields will result in different interventions, different record keeping and compliance and reporting in all those fields. The second gap, which is a significant one, is a temporal gap. Crops respond to events, not averages. So the operational question is not simply how warm was the season, how cold was the season. It was when was it warm, how long was it warm for, and what growth stage was your crop in when these events happened. And this is really important to start understanding when you want to stand in front of financing or you want to get insurance, to have this track and trace as to who's actually responsible for these events happening. A few hours at extreme heat at a key physiological window results in a crop loss, even though the conditions can be deemed as average. A single overnight frost event at a key phenological stage results in a crop loss, but yet that can be reported as weeks of benign conditions. High humidity window creates a disease event. Dry down changes very quickly, changes your irrigation scheduling. Planting windows, a big factor that's shifting in the agricultural decision-making sector, but not always quantified, and we don't always know how to react to it because it's not underpinned by data. The third gap is the variable gap, where weather station data alone can't inform a decision. We need soil moisture data, we need evapotranspiration data for informed irrigation scheduling. We need to understand what is the management context of where you're farming. We need to understand what are the disease conditions that you're facing. And every ecosystem is different. And if we look at a scenario, a practical example, planting windows. So a regional scale, we all are planting because this is how we've been doing it for generations, or in this specific region, this is when planting should happen so we can have a harvest at date X. But yet the reality is, in a specific field, it could be waterlogged, there could be still cold air chill pooling there, still frost risked. So how do you start quantifying this underpinned by data to inform shifted changes in your decision making? The fourth gap, which is the biggest gap, which is silos in the agricultural sector. We have weather data, we have satellite data, we have crop data, soil data, but it's not integrated. And bringing that into trials and markets. So what Kula is doing is fantastic, centralizing the value chain. So data without integration creates noise. And when data fails to connect, that's when the confidence becomes deceptive. And incomplete data creates a false confidence. And going back to, we've got more data than ever before, but if it's not the right data for the right situation, that's where confidence lacks. And that's the dangerous failure mode that we find ourselves in. People are not acting on uncertainty, but on confidence built on incomplete representation of reality and your specific farm level reality. So this is where Terraclim comes in. We've been doing research in the climate agricultural intelligence space, bringing alignment to these data sets, not to replace local knowledge, but to strengthen it through underpinning it with climate intelligence. So if we make this practical, regenerative farming asks us to improve soil health, water retention, ecosystem function, long-term resilience. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we understand how is the farmer responding, how is the farm responding to the regenerative actions. And it's not just about measuring the action that was implemented, but measuring the impact of that action. And we see that through effective monitoring systems, water planning, site choice, adversary targeting, crop choice, and investment cases. And that is the start of regenerative agriculture, making the right decision to start and planting the right thing in the right place. And Loeveland is a phenomenal example of doing so many things within one environment to build an ecosystem of sustainability. So we have the same farm, but we've got different outcomes. And this is the reality that we are living within microclimates. Microclimates are our operational system. You're not just farming one farm in a monostyle. What are all the different microclimates within your farm and how should you respond? What are the soil types? Where does the water flow? What do those nuanced ecosystems look like? Because crops respond to local extremes of heat, cold, humidity, water availability, not to averages. And we are signaling still in agriculture the averages in specific regions and not quantifying farm level data. And if we position a farm within a season, here is an example of a single index that summarizes heat wave risk through different dimensions. You need to look at frequency, you need to look at number of events, longest duration, peak heat. And the question is, how is this vulnerability starting to express itself throughout South Africa and Africa in our agricultural sectors? An example of recent climate scenarios that we face in the Western Cape, which is the heat stress now between the 1st and the 15th of March. And you can see not one area was affected the same, but yet the broadcast narrative is the Western Cape had a heat wave, but it didn't affect everybody. It affected certain growers. And if you look at just the weather stations as they get hotter and hotter in that image, you can see who was more affected and who was not. And triggering that back down to what happened to the potato production, what happened to the grain production, what happened to the wine production within that window of the first 2 weeks of March. So regenerative farming needs intelligence at field scale, and this is where Terraclim's built an integrated solution that aggregates satellite data, climate data, and bringing it down to field level information. What is happening within your farm? Location is specific, and we need to start quantifying your climate, your terrain, and your scenario of what are you farming with? What is your climate scenario? And this is where agri-tech can really start underpinning regenerative agricultural practices. What is being implemented? When is it implemented? And how does that pull through to quantified change? And how do we measure that change? And the price of confident error is already measurable quite significantly. If we look at stats from the FAO, where numbers established the scale of loss and disaster has erased about $3.8 trillion of crops, just looking at crops and livestock production over the last 30 years. And that stat has significantly increased now with climate variability where it's at. And this average annual agricultural production loss is $123 billion per year. But with better intelligence, we improve the timing of this and we start being proactive. With $1 of proactive change, you can 7x the return on sustainability in the economic sector of agriculture. So Terraclim is a solution built not to be predictive for the future, but to use hindsight insights for the future. So we look back and we use observations, we integrate multiple weather station data, we centralize that, we do a lot of quality checks, we create climate surfaces, and then we make decisions on that. What crops are suited where? And one of the use cases is looking at real-time plant disease insights, where you start aggregating what is happening in field, what is being measured, where's red spider mite breakout, and how does that link back to climate insights in a specific area, and how does that relate to the surrounding farmers, and having quicker trigger responses. A second use case is suitability mapping, planting the right crop at the right place, putting the right crop, the right practice, and the investment in the correct position. Then you're already on a winning journey. So suitability mapping is helping us move regenerative planning from broad intention into place-based action. So identifying the areas, your crop choice, your climate exposure, and therefore having a better alignment for promise at the end. We support decisions before capital is committed. It's really expensive to establish permanent crops and cash crops. So putting ourselves in a winning position underpinned by climate intelligence. This is an example of plum suitability mapping using economically sustainable plums that are always consistently winning. 3 different plum cultivars, and you can see the placement, just for the same extent, look totally different. Greener areas where you should plant that specific plum, other red areas don't plant that plum cultivar. So it's already putting you on a recipe for a better outcome. The third case study is reporting. Reports create rhythm of shared climate awareness from growers and industry bodies, and getting that communication and that narrative right to that everybody starts speaking the same language. We start speaking in hourly thresholds, where these incidents is happening more regularly and how is it shifting. A really exciting case study is the South African System of All Systems to Modernize Agriculture project that we have running as a public-private partnership, where CSR, ARC, and Terraclim as the consortium leaders. The aim of this project is to democratize climate data and to get it, climate data and remote sensing data, and to get it into a digital format that can start informing decision-making, that any farmer throughout South Africa can drop a pin and you start getting the basic information to inform decision-making. And this is funded by DSTI and TIA, and we are in the process of scaling this project. And it's really exciting to look at how much data is actually already available that can be democratized and made accessible. So regenerative agriculture tells a story of the future that we want, and that's come out in all the panel discussions. But how are we using climate intelligence to make the right decision to get us there? The right decision and the right timing to set yourself up for success. And as we can see, there's a cycle of firstly understanding the context. How do you minimize your soil disturbance and farm your soil? How do you maximize your crop diversity all the way through to integrated livestock management? And all of this brings us to why it matters. Regeneration is not only about reporting activities. And I think that's where we miss it. And that's why I think there's a comment earlier that the internet explodes when we look up regenerative agriculture. What does it even mean, and how do we measure it, and how do we quantify? It's not about necessarily just tracking the outcomes. It's when a farmer is saying, I planted a cover crop, But the biggest question is, did that practice actually change the nature of your soil, the nature of your environment, and the ecosystem within which you farm? And if we get that right, it becomes these digital agricultural tools. We can start looking at moving from principles to practice. We can look at targeted, scalable, measurable, and become investable through this regenerative decision-making loop. And it needs to become a circular economy of data collection, where data layers, number one, can underpin the decision-making, transitioning to targeted action, using climate data to make the right decisions at the right time, tracking the changes, monitoring what's actually happening, and transitioning that into building an evidence-based ecosystem that any farmer can walk into a bank and be the best jockey that should be betted on. And that's where farm-level resilience grows and becomes more visible to us all to see. And through this, agriculture, in my opinion, can't be sustained unless it's through collaboration. And it's an honor to be here today, and I think even to be on stage with Kula and with others and with FarmPix, is that none of this data can stand alone, and no one has the only solution. We have to integrate and collaborate. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ara of Terra. Thank you.
Terrain and climate.
Right, got it. I got you. We're going to continue, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is proving to be very interesting and very, very necessary for the progression of the sector. I'd like to welcome on stage Jean-Pierre Leroux, who is Director of FarmPix, to come through with his lightning round. And this is a business that gives special focus on helping farmers and agricultural enterprises to strengthen performance, productivity, and long-term sustainability. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Right. Good afternoon. Yes, it's very late afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for affording us the opportunity to speak to you. I'm not going to go through technology today. We got all the clever people here talking about technology. What our company looks at from a regenerative perspective is, firstly, we have to look at mindset, all right? The whole thing about regeneration is not just about soil. And once we start understanding that it's about a whole ecosystem, the whole ecosystem has to regenerate, right? Not just we're looking at soil, we're looking at how to farm. No, it's not just about that, guys. It's about the whole ecosystem. Unless we change, regenerate the whole ecosystem, we're wasting our time. Okay, where's these buttons? So, not technology, as you can see. Now we get to the interesting question. Why is there so much failure in development farming? Guilty. We help the failure, right? We've been doing this for 30, I keep saying 35, I think it's like close to 40 years. Why is there so much failure? And we are always blaming things that are not supposed to be blamed. Access to land. There's no access to land, guys. We don't have access. We don't have money. We don't have markets. There's always an excuse. Here's a market. There's technology, right? There's money. You see they ran away, eh? Okay. All these things are there. Look at how much money we spend. Look at how much money we chuck into these developments. And we're sitting with 20%, and I'm being kind, 20% success rate. So what happens is, let's blame the farmer. We can't blame the farmer. Because what we are doing is this. We are saying, we need all this technical knowledge. That's at the top. Guys, it's not. And this is not me saying it. These are really clever people. They are from fancy universities. What we are doing in the development sector is we are teaching all these technical skills, teach you how to do your admin, teach you all these fancy tricks. But we're forgetting about this. So what excites me about today was listening to different people understanding that unless we start looking at self-mastery, mindset change, you're not going to make a difference. I can give you examples of farmers that won awards, Farmer of the Year award. 2 years later, nothing, it's gone. It's mindset. All right? That's the farmer mindset. I can give you examples of funding organizations that caused issues. It's mindset. Change the mind. When you change the mind, things start changing. So this is what we believe in. It's quite simple. Technical skills, capital, nature, all these things are important. They are critical. The difference is when we start assisting people in the whole ecosystem, and it's not just the farmer, in the whole ecosystem, to get a mindset shift, now businesses become successful. And why I say we are very guilty is because we start projects in the development industry. We have always got projects. So you're guaranteeing that it's going to fail. Why? A project starts and a project ends. So you're telling these guys, the farmers that you are working with, the agri-enterprises that you are working with, is, guys, here we're going to start, but don't worry, we've got a project plan that's going to end. Stop building projects. Start building businesses that grow. We're focusing on the wrong things. Oh, I thought I threw something on the floor here, which would be normal for me. So basically what we're preaching is this. We need to work together. What the guys were saying here, right? It's a system approach. Everybody's been saying it, these words, but we are not implementing it. We like to talk about it, but we don't implement it, right? When you look at it from a system approach, funders are there. Financial institutions are there. Development institutions are there. Food systems are there. The producers are there. All of this together creates a regenerative system. Okay, not regenerative farming, it's a system. When we look at mindset, we use technology in a big scale. Tara gets tired with me, all my nonsense. Because we believe in data. We believe in information. Because with information, we can make the right decisions. All right. We have to look at how we develop the core beliefs of people. We have to look at what is the business mindset. We have to look at your personal attributes, because your personal attributes is what helps you make decisions, and your core values. And this all starts with baseline. Again, we're back to data. We like to go into an area and say, this is what you can plant here, this is what you can grow here, this is what you can do, this is how you can farm. But do we do a baseline of the people? Do we actually understand the person? Where is the person in their own personal development? No, we don't. So that's one of the things our company does, is we look at the baseline. We get to understand the baselines. All those questions have to be answered before you move forward. All right? So I think I'm going to be the only one on time. Mindset at the end of the day is the multiplier, right? Technology, very important. That's the catalyst. So to get true regenerative development, we have to go through the different steps. Right, first mindset change, not just for a farmer, for the whole ecosystem. Okay, but you can't do this once. It has to be continuous. So therefore it's a business, it's not a project. Has to be continuous. Right. Technology is what helps us scale it quickly. Because imagine us running around trying to do this on the ground. How do you implement this? It's impossible. Technology helps us do this. And I made it just in time. Thank you, guys.
Buying us back time.
For Max. Thank you, Mr. Leroux. Thank you very, very much. And just so we're organized, and unfortunately we are tight on time, we are going to give you an opportunity to ask one question to each of our lightning round speakers and get a sense of the work, and then we can keep it moving, because we do unfortunately have to keep it moving and wrap up by 4 p.m. Our next speaker, Chief Executive Officer at Horizon Agri, Michael Lillier. If you can join us on stage. This is an organization, of course, that is working to support agricultural development and transformation. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. 10 minutes is really short. I've got quite a few slides. I think I calculated 12 seconds per slide. But hopefully I'll show you some implementation. So we've been talking about implementation, not what we are implementing, but what the farmers are implementing. So we'll show you some on the ground stuff. And I won't talk much about what we do, but just very shortly. So we are Horizon. We do carbon credits for regenerative farmers. So effectively, when you adopt these regenerative practices, you're building up your soil carbon that we've heard a few times today. What happens? Where does that carbon come from? That carbon comes from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And there are large corporates locally, as well as in Europe, Americas, the Asia markets, that are willing to channel funding towards farmers who are adopting these practices on the ground and fixing carbon into their soil, where it benefits the biology and resilience of our farming systems. We have paid farmers. We're excited to pay them a lot more than we have paid them to date. We're very excited about where this could go. Like I said, I won't talk too much about that. But what I do want to mention is that bottom bit of information there. More than 11,000 soil samples that we've taken across the country, comparing regenerative systems to conventional systems. If there's one person or a group of persons that you cannot convince that regenerative agriculture doesn't work, it's our soil sampling teams. They dig those holes and they see it every day. And they see the chokakis and the earthworms and how loose that soil can be with time if you give the system time, if you give nature time to react to your management decisions. And we're just very, very excited about that. To to be part of a carbon project, yeah, okay, I'll get there. To be part of a carbon project, the farmers really need to open their farms to us. That means the fields, walking around in the veld, digging around in the soil, but it also means data, opening up your whole books to us. And yeah, so we really get to see the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we can definitely vouch for this. There are challenges, there are failures, but in general, regenerative agriculture definitely works. And yeah, there is a picture. Do I need to tell you which side is regenerative and which side is conventional? So this is actually on Dani's farm. On the left side, it's regenerative grazing. On the right side, conventional grazing. And that picture tells 1,000 words. But yeah, Dani, you're doing it with 4 times the animals. 4 times the animals if you look at an area base than what the neighbor and what the norm is in the area. So we can, to the policymakers, we can at least conservatively double our national herd size if we adopt these practices at a minimum. And the only problem with that is if foot and mouth ever comes again in 10 years, getting the vaccines for 30 million animals instead of 15. But yeah, and we can also, for the developing farmers, we can make twice the impact. We can tackle twice as many hectares if we, with the same resources, with the same money channeling towards those farmers, if we adopt these practices, because the kilowatts that you need, the tractors that you need aren't as big. You don't need to till the soil as much and so on. So you can get so much further by adopting these practices. And yeah, that's just one picture. There you can see it on the ground. On the left side, you just walk through there. You also just see ecosystem service. You see dung beetles. You see butterflies and spiders and everything. On the right, not as much of that. Not even close. Here's another one, Bankrotbos on the right that you can see there. Regenerative practices on the left. So just that is a big problem in South Africa, taking away a lot of our grazing capacity. And through regenerative practices, that farmer has an average of 15 Bankrotbos bossies per 200 meters squared against the neighbor directly next to it, same soils, just different practices, 156. So you can quickly see how you can double your national herd size by adopting these practices. I need to steam through, so yeah, that was some cover crops. This is some strip cropping, a very innovative practice where you plant 8 rows maize, 8 rows soyas, for example, and this farmer boosted through this. Yeah, it's a little bit extra diversity compared to a monocropping system, and boosted his maize yields by a lot, reduced the stress of diseases through bringing in that diversity. Compost being made, regenerative agriculture being implemented on the ground, soil life, and just very healthy looking soils. And what we've seen in the data, in the yield data, there are stories of big yield losses. There are stories of that J-curve, but it's not always to say that that needs to be the case. We do have, on average, increases in yields through regenerative practices that we've seen across hundreds of thousands of data points. So yeah, the topic has to do with agri-tech, precision agriculture and so on, and how that links with regenerative agriculture. So I definitely think precision agriculture is a huge component of agriculture and should remain that. Technology advances are a core of growth that we can see, but technology doesn't always get it right. And nature, regenerative agriculture, biology in the soil is your buffer for when you get it wrong. So just a very practical example of that, or before the example, I'll just get into this. So we always say conventional agriculture is simplicity in ecosystem, but that creates complexity in management. Whereas regenerative agriculture, there's complexity in your ecosystem, which simplifies your management. So, for example, in a conventional system, you have to get your fertilizer right. You have to get the product of spraying for a pest right. You have to get the timing of spraying it right. And the rainfall, it's so much more important that that timing is right because your infiltration, your water retention is so much worse. So if we're talking resilience, food security, and so on, as policymakers, this is something that needs to be a huge focus area because you're creating that resilient, those resilient yields through nature and those ecosystem services they give you. Whereas on the regenerative side, biology gives you a buffer. Soil cover gives you a buffer. And now with the input prices, for example, it's not just a nature buffer or a yield buffer, it's a financial buffer. If you've got healthy soils, you can afford to pull back on fertilizer while prices are high, a lot more than a conventional farmer can. And won't go into too much detail here, but this is just showing you how complex trying to get it right yourself can be. That's at different pH levels of your soil. That's the availability of those nutrients. That's what a maize plant needs at different stages of its life cycle of those nutrients. You cannot get it spot on. You can't optimize it. But nature can. So biology, where if you take a soil sample of your soil, you might get an average pH of 4.8, call it. That average consists of a whole lot of soil with millions, billions of little khokakis. But each of those, that microbiology creates its own little pH around it based on what it needs to help that plant grow. So that one might be 8.1, that one might be 3.6 that it creates around it on a nanoscale. So that average actually consists of a whole bunch of different averages, and 4.8 is what we make all our decisions on. Whereas in a conventional soil without life, it will actually reflect the average quite nicely. And we always compare complete conventional lifeless soils to hydroponics. I'm not talking against hydroponics. I'm just saying that if you treat the soil not as a living organism, then you're effectively closer to hydroponics than to agriculture. Because that soil is just like perlite or some medium to you, and everything you feed the plant is chemical based, basically. But that soil life can give you so much more of a buffer. I'm saying precision agriculture, agri-tech is important, very important in both systems. It's not less important in regenerative agriculture, but it gives you that buffer because you can't get it right always. Minimizing your product, that's foundational to regenerative agriculture. Biology struggles to thrive in soils which aren't chemically balanced, so it's still important to get your averages right and help your biology out. I see, okay, I am out of time. Didn't get the 12 seconds per slide. So we've seen the regenerative principles already. So I'll just show you one or two things. Trials, many of our farmers do lots of interesting trials, and I think that collecting that data, managing that data is so critical to your success in regenerative agriculture as well. I will skip over all of that, and I've mentioned those. Water has been mentioned a few times today. We are the 31st driest country in the world, and we are over irrigating on a national scale. It's my father-in-law is an irrigation engineer, and he can attest to that as well. This farmer, there was a yield map where he asked me, what do I think happened on the red part of the yield map? And okay, it's a pivot. So that pivot goes around. I said, no, your pivot probably broke and you couldn't irrigate the whole field. And he said, yes, but which part do I think he irrigated? So he irrigated the red part and the rest he couldn't because the pivot broke. And that opened his eyes to how we just sometimes maximize inputs, but to our own detriment. Yeah, that is actually it. So yeah, data management is very important. For those farmers that recognized that many years ago, joining our program or joining a carbon credit program was so much easier because they could just give that data over to us. Where those that never had that, they didn't have that. We always say it's your CV for your farm. They didn't have that CV that they could hand over. For your banks and for your financial reputability, yeah, certifications, organic and so on. And yeah, for your profitability, you can't manage what you don't measure. Yeah, that is it.
Thank you very much, Michael. Not too shabby for 12 slides. Thank you. I'd like to swiftly move on to our last lightning round with Nicolette Swartz, who is Program Director of Impact Amplifier. And she's going to tell us about, the work that she does at the intersection of innovation and entrepreneurship and all those wonderful themes. Thanks.
Thanks. So what I am going to be doing this afternoon is trying to make up some of your time with a very quick introduction of the launch of a new platform. Impact Amplifier, with funding from the African Climate Foundation, has spent the last 12 months researching the South African regenerative agriculture ecosystem with the intention of designing solutions to facilitate the adoption of regenerative farming. And in order to do so, our work has included, amongst a number of other outcomes, a diagnostic assessment of the regenerative landscape in South Africa, identifying key barriers, the opportunities, and needs within the policy, regulatory, and finance context. The overwhelming evidence from this research is that the regenerative ag ecosystem in South Africa is extremely fragmented, which we've heard a lot of today, between the various stakeholders, commodities, funders, methods of practice, accreditation systems, which we haven't heard a lot of today, but a bit of carbon, thanks, to name a few. Yet within this fragmentation, there's an enormous amount of activity, and there is an opportunity, we believe, to build on this. But given the relatively nascent stage of regen ag, what is known is that farmers need hard evidence and case studies relevant to their very specific commodities, their very specific geographies, their very specific soil types, to feel confident to make the transition. And it's not just farmers. Agronomists, funders, insurers, food processors, policymakers, the technical supporters, customers, input providers, all need trusted sources of information to learn, develop new ideas, and inform decision-making. And while there is ample local and international information to inform, there's ample information, what we actually don't have is very specific South African context. There is no one South African library focused on regen ag that can answer questions beyond the very basic information we can all source through ChatGPT. So the first outcome of our research is the future of farm food. And I would encourage you all, since most of you are on your phones anyway, to please navigate to futureoffarmfood.org, which is a new platform bringing together the research, organizations, and resources needed to support the adoption and migration to Regen Ag. This platform features a searchable library of over 300 reports, studies, and ecosystem insights, all focused on regen agriculture. It supports an ecosystem directory connecting stakeholders across the sector, and it has practical resources exploring the environmental, economic, and health benefits of regen ag. I'm pleased for the opportunity to demonstrate this platform and its key features today. So I'm going to try and hopefully navigate successfully to the research library. Is that working? It certainly is. So this library is designed to be searchable like a traditional library by category or theme or keyword or authors, and that's down here. So for all the academics in the room, you can do exactly that. And this is across our 300 reports. But we have also added a chatbot functionality, which you have up here, which is our research assistant, which is designed to really try and answer some of the questions. I will say that this is a closed AI platform. It's a closed AI tool, and it responds based on the data we have in our closed system. It is intended that over time, this will evolve and improve as we update the underlying knowledge base, and much of which we hope will be added to from out of engagements such as today. The second feature I would like to highlight is the directory, the ecosystem directory. Through our research, we've identified that the main barriers are not intent, finance, or knowledge, but the ecosystem's weak coordination. And I think that's something we've spoken a lot about today. As mentioned before, there's a lot of activity, and one step towards better coordination is for the actors within the ecosystem to get to know who all the other actors are and what they're doing, so that connections can be formed. And to this end, this directory, still nascent, aims to provide a view of this. At this stage, it's by no means an exhaustive map of the ecosystem, and the intention is that it be a live and living resource as organizations such as yourselves add themselves to this directory so that your work becomes visible and known to others. And this platform is absolutely designed to evolve with the ecosystem. So what we are inviting you to do today is to please visit the site. Explore it, test it, stress test it. It's still pretty new. It has a limited LLM in it, which is our chatbot functionality. So it does need to be worked and stress tested to improve over time. But more importantly, please go and search for organizations, and more importantly, search for yourselves. If you're not in the directory, and just today, I'm rather embarrassed to admit there are loads of people in the room who are thinking, oh my God, you're not there, you're not there. And you absolutely should be. We encourage you to please add yourselves to the directory. There's a form, super simple, and submit your organization. We really do want this to grow and become a living tool for everyone in the system. So just a reminder to please go on. Please have a look at our new platform, futureoffarmfood.org. And we do invite you to submit your organization to the directory. So thank you for your attention and in advance for your support in growing this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicolette. We appreciate it. We're realizing with every moment that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are people that are already doing certain things, and all we've got to do is collaborate meaningfully and help each other with solutions.
I think very impactful. Okay, we've got just a few minutes. I'd like us to try and keep it pithy before we introduce our last panel. So if there are any questions, we'll take 2 or 3 maximum. Any questions that you have for the panel, you're welcome to ask. Okay. Dr. Lowe has a question. Thank you.
No. Hi, I hope you're all awake. Everybody awake? Okay. I only have one question. One only. May you please in future, when you do your presentation, not just talk about the fact that you can double the sheep load on the farm. Talk about how many jobs will be created through your intervention at all levels of the value chain. Please, because if I ask you now, I'm sure none of you can tell me. How many jobs? I know you created 40 in the past 2 years, but how many can you create if all the farmers in Gauteng become part of your platform?
I wouldn't use Gauteng as an example. I'd rather look at other provinces, maybe Limpopo, in terms of.
We've got 8,000 emerging farmers. You don't want any of them on your database?
No, I wanted to use an actual example for some of the projects we've done so that I don't stump suck anything outside what we've done. So if you're looking at potato farmers, those are very labor intensive, tomatoes, anything like that. If you help a farmer get funded, plant 5 more hectares, 2 more hectares, you're already looking at, I mean, we always go with conservatives because we had to do a project with our foundation where we had to measure jobs and they actually got audited to say these are real people, they actually exist, and these are real IDs. And conservatively, we normally go with sort of the minimum that will be created on a maybe tomato production. So at the max for, depending on which season, I mean, also it depends on, is it seasonal workers, long-term workers? It was also consideration. So, I mean, we had a farmer who was able to create about 200 jobs in terms of seasonal workers. And seasonal workers, what we would classify seasonal workers are workers that come in for a span of 3 to 6 months because there's different activities that are happening then. And there's long-term workers where those are guys that are there full-time. And those guys normally will range between 50 to 20. So these are actual examples with some of the jobs that were verified. But when you go to grains, obviously, I mean, you know that not a lot of jobs are created there. So our banner that we'd use for job creation, which is very important for a lot of the projects that we have to report on, is it will always look at the horticulture, always look at like potatoes, all the other guys that are doing some of those volumes and are supplying those markets in our ecosystem. I think this project, we're able to create close to 4.2 thousand jobs. Those were all verified and South African jobs. So we had to discredit about 45% of the other jobs because they were non-South African. And the reality is, it's not just the small emerging guys. Even the big farmers are employing non-South Africans. So the reality is we had to disregard all of those jobs. So if we had to factor those, then that would also be a thing. But there's a report available on our actual website. It's called the Toolkit. It talks about all the jobs created, it goes through all the farmers that we worked with, and it also breaks down seasonal workers, long-term workers. And one thing we do not report on are the non-documented South African workers. I mean, non-documented workers. So that's also available on our website. You can find it called Toolkit with all the jobs created.
Thank you very much. She's just proven what I said earlier on. If you implement agriculture correctly, you can turn the economy around in 6 months and you can bring down the unemployment rate to 5%. One service provider, 4,200 jobs. One. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. So if each of them creates 5,000 jobs through what they are doing in 6 months, that's 25,000 jobs. Multiplier effect of agriculture.
Okay, next one. There's one at the back.
Hi, I'm Heidi Flint, and I'm here with the Enterprise Room, who are involved in ecosystem design around agri. And I just have a question. Have you considered how you can sit together and share data around the farms that and individuals that you work with, so that you can see what impact is having and share data across those sets and see what's missing with those farmers? And how would you think that you could do that?
You're the doctor. You're the doctor.
Okay, I'll field that question. I think today, initiatives like today is going to start forcing us into a space where we need to start building into an ecosystem and actually working across, all of us getting onto the same platform and stacking it up and actually starting to provide solutions for a farmer and pulling different stakeholders into conversations, because we all know not one of us can answer all the questions or actually service a specific sector or a farmer. So if we want to disrupt agriculture, it's like key to work and collaborate together, and also through public-private sector partnerships. It's really important, and I found the most life in that and the excitement in that to see how we can start playing across that. And I feel like the playing field's open for that now. There's been a lot of restriction, but there's been a mindset shift in agriculture and in, I think, companies working together in the agricultural sector.
And I think just to add to that, I think with the great new technology, you can actually pull different APIs where it's still cooler, but we're pulling from this platform and farmers are away. So even if things are done through one platform, but you're able to pull different data points to speak to one farmer in a way that really informs a very holistic view. So and I think that's what a lot of us, I mean, I can speak as Kula. I mean, our intention is always to say collaboration. How do we collaborate? How do we become an ecosystem partner? And how do we build? I mean, when you guys were talking, I already knew, okay, this is what I'm going to speak to you about after this. This is what I'm going to speak to you about this. This is how we're going to integrate with your platform, because that's what we need to do. We cannot do things in silos.
I think just a follow on from that, and maybe it's not for this panel, but it's for, I think the next one again is around finance, is because and collaboration is, would the information that you are able to provide as a shared collaborative, because each of you are reporting on a complementary basis, would that assist financial institutions, DFIs, to fund the farmer better because of the rich data that you can give and the complementary data that you can give? So maybe that can be raised in the next panel or discussed. Discussed. And how could they possibly fund you to get that data out to use that? I think an innovative financial organization would possibly look at that. And I know at the next table, someone is sitting there.
Okay, so I'm going to answer that question, all right? So what we have been doing, quite a few of us, is we're busy literally building a bus so that they can take their data, put it in the bus. They can take their data, put it in the bus. It's still your IP, but that information at the end of the day speaks to a specific farmer for exactly what you are talking about. To provide information to funders, to provide information to insurance companies, to off-takers within the entire ecosystem. Because unless we all start contributing and building a system, we are going to be stuck in the same loop we are in the whole time. So there's quite a few of us that are actually speaking about exactly what you are saying.
And I think that information becomes very necessary for funders. I mean, Enterprise Room, we also work with you through some of our funders. I think especially when you're looking at the emerging market or developing farmers, new era farming, whatever name that's out there. And I think now it's about how do they make more informed decisions around the funding models, because traditional models are not entirely working in terms of unlocking funding. And that's why that data becomes important, because now you can start building a profile for a farmer who maybe doesn't have the historicals that they would normally want, you know. And then even post-investment, which is information that funders want to know, is how do we de-risk the farmer throughout the season? And I think that data becomes important. So with our experience, in terms of the funders we work with, it is a necessity in terms of how we actually support a farmer. And it's information that's required, not just for the funder, but also for the buyer. Because if Simba is contracting X amount of potatoes, X amount of seed is allocated, they need to know in time that there's going to be a gap so that they can start seeing when they patch up that gap with some of their farmers. So I think it's what's already in practice. And I think on our side, we've been very fortunate that even Kagiso Trust has supported us and funded some of this kind of work that we do in terms of collecting this kind of data for funders.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ayanda. Thank you, Dr. Tara. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Nicolette. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap it there, and they're available to talk post. So if you want to engage further and get an understanding and collaborate meaningfully, the opportunity is there. It doesn't have to end here. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Are we looking this way? Oh. Oh.
Thanks again. Okay, a quick introduction for our last panel for the day. I encourage you to stick around for this one, very important. Looking at nature's intelligence is the theme for the conversation. Why complexity matters for investors. And to moderate the panel and to introduce the panelists is Professor Kaushik Sushiran, who's going to join us on stage. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. And I realize you've been sitting for a long time, but we'll make this really interesting and really impactful at the same time. So I'm joined today by Malik Dasu from the African Climate Foundation. I'm also joined by Cameron Goff from First Rand Group Treasury, as well as Nteya Lungu, who's an executive in risk-based services and products, and Professor Nodia Malan, who's from the University of Johannesburg. So please come on stage, colleagues. So I think here we are. So we are all together. I'll get us kick started, right? And so we're talking about complexity all morning. I've heard it beautifully explained a short while ago by Michael. You've heard it from Bertie this morning. You've heard it progressively throughout the day. But what is complexity? How did we miss this, right? So this panel, my own background is education. So, I teach strategy and leadership at the University of Cape Town's Graduate School of Business. I can tell you firsthand that one of the most glaring blind spots we have in management practice is the assumptions we make about the world we're managing. And oftentimes we say that's simplistic. You could relate it to today's discussions as traditional agriculture, where we simplify, we specialize, we reduce our understanding to this variable causes that impact. So there's a lot of causality. There's the assumption things can be controlled completely. And you might ask yourself, what do you miss when you only engage with that? From what I'm understanding is we miss a hell of a lot. So take health systems, because they've been designed with this simplistic understanding of how the world works. We now sit with a really challenging problem where the healthcare costs keep escalating, and our predominant focus is the burden of disease, not wellness, right? Now, you could say in public administration world over, we are not unique. We functionalized, we separated, we specialized. Now we're struggling with integration. We have interministerial committees. We have all kinds of other mechanisms, but we still aren't engaging complexity properly. Now, nature is a complex system. What do we mean by that? What we mean by that is that it's continually emerging. Its interdependence is a lot of where the vitality and the resilience comes from. And if you grow the interdependence of natural systems, you get quite a dividend in the end. So the whole management paradigm with which you come at a system can either be simple or complex. But in regenerative agriculture, we need a complexity perspective. And a complexity perspective invites you to consider managing people and the biosphere quite differently. Trying to foster emergence, trying to foster interdependence, trying to focus on learning more than you can control, and trying to focus yourself on the bi-directional influence of things, not necessarily linear one-directional influences. Now, my panel here have come through to this discussion, except for Professor Nadia. I think everybody else has largely been in finance. Right? So now we talk about investment in agriculture, but what system is those investment models and the work going into looking at plausibility of investment underpinned by? So maybe I'll go around, right? And I'll ask Malik first, and then Nteya, and then I'm going to move on to Cameron, and then I'm going to move on to Prof. Nadia. How are you seeing this grappling with complexifying investments? Let's start with you, Malik. There's no perfect answer, but it's like, let's sense make together.
Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity, firstly. I think two points to this. The one is there are investments that maintain the status quo. And then there are investments that are actively changing it. And I'll come to that second one in a moment because it's quite interesting and it follows on from the work that we funded with Impact Amplifier. To the first, the status quo is maintaining an economic system in agriculture that is fundamentally unsustainable. One, it extracts value from farmers, from consumers, from nature, and it concentrates that value in just a handful of actors. And these are primarily the big agrochemical input suppliers, and then also the financiers down the line. So as an economic model, it's not working. It also misses the fact that everything in our agri-ecosystems is underpinned by functioning nature, ecosystem services, particularly our regulating services, how nitrogen and oxygen and all the other elements that go into plant production are regulated. It takes out the microbes from the soil, and this has been spoken about ad nauseum, and creates a dependency of farmers to actually keep buying, keep putting in these very expensive products into their farms. We did research a couple years ago for the African Climate Foundation, and one of the farmers I spoke to reduced his costs of inputs by 70% by actually just foregoing the purchase of pesticides and starting to integrate beneficial plants and smaller animals onto his grapevine. So there are non-extractive ways of doing this better. I think the last is that the status quo is currently putting us into a system where we undermine the adaptability and adaptive capacity of our farms to cope with climate stresses. And this has also been spoken about by the previous speaker. So there are a number of things that aren't taking into account the complexity that we should be. But I should say to the second point, I've had a few conversations in the last few months with investors who you wouldn't typically consider to be out of the box thinkers, large corporate banks. I won't mention specific names. I'll mention the name of the Land Bank because they were spoken about earlier. The Land Bank is starting to institute a sustainability department, and it's solely focused on regenerative agriculture investment. So, I mean, there are shifts happening. The corporate banking sector are also highly interested in moving their investments towards sort of alternative agricultural development pathways. It's the connective tissue that's missing. And so maybe just a quick mention here, the extension of our work, which with Impact Amplifier to understand the diagnostic of the ecosystem that the financing landscape is working in, is to actually set up a fund. We want to set up a fund that puts money into the hands of farmers who want to transition to regenerative agriculture. Yeah, I'll pause there.
Yeah, thanks, Malik. I mean, it was rich, right? So you can see the blind spots of a narrow understanding of complexity, how it curtails the actual natural system recovery processes. And you can also see the limitations in being unable to fund complex systems emergence. So that's appreciative. Let's move on to Nteya, right? So Nteya, you've been in risk, you've been in financial services. How have you seen this perspective play out?
Thank you very much, Prof. And it's a real privilege to be participating, I think, in this conference and hearing many encouraging ideas on regenerative agriculture. So I think the first thing maybe I think I would like to share from my experience from the insurance perspective at least is obviously, traditionally insurance has been designed over a very predictable sort of market. You get an asset, should you face a catastrophe, then you can lodge a claim. That was the model all along. But in more recent times, what we've begun to see is that obviously with climate change and the rapidity of climate change, models for actuarial would be, events would happen once every 50 years, once every 20 years. But we see things like droughts occurring a lot more often. I mean, this year already we've seen that there's a threat of El Nino. I think a lot of you, I haven't heard it mentioned yet, but I can imagine that it's giving some farmers some sleepless nights. From an insurance perspective, that then means that we've seen tremendous withdrawal from particularly the crop side of insurance. Now, one of the things that I found interesting was something that was shared in the previous panel, because for insurers, obviously, an interesting aspect would be to price correctly what regenerative agriculture is. It's obviously, I mean, from the data, at least the information that was shared, is very clear that it is more beneficial than conventional farming. It adds, better soil quality, retention of water in the soil, all of which makes crops more resistant to droughts. So you can imagine from an insurance perspective, where insurers have been withdrawing from providing that agri-crop cover. If they had more data to work with, it would be much easier to price risks of that nature. So I was very encouraged by some of the information that was shared by the previous panel. The other thing I want to talk about is interesting innovations that are taking place in different parts of the world that we can potentially learn from. I don't know, some of you would have heard of something called amphibious housing. This is something in the Netherlands where, to respond to droughts, what they've done is that they're building houses that can float when a drought comes. So instead of running away from the water, how do we learn to live with it? There's also another concept of sponge cities that has sprung up in places like China. Wuhan is a famous example of this, but also an example of something else that we would rather not mention at this point. And insurance companies are showing tremendous amounts of interest in these ventures in the Netherlands, at least. When it comes to, amphibious housing, when it comes to sponge cities in China, they're even interested in buying bonds. So these types of ideas obviously are translatable, as far as I'm concerned, to regenerative agriculture. I think there's been such ideas as keyline design, which is very similar to the whole spawn city idea that is effective in cities, but you can do the same thing on agriculture. And I think that if we were to explore those ideas and make the information more available to insurers, I think that one of the key questions that was asked here on financing, it might certainly unlock a lot of the financing opportunities. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nteya. I think you've seen the opportunity there because, I mean, insurance for Danny would cost a hell of a lot less, I would imagine. He might even get a bonus for all the work he's doing for the farmers around him, right? But you see, the modeling insurance on a complexity perspective changes how you look at things, right? And you can see that. So, Cameron, this is interesting for an actuarial science scholar. So share with us how you're seeing this play out.
Sure. So I think two important aspects, a little bit nervous to say, but working for a bank, two important aspects when we listen to this topic, and how does banking sector respond to the needs of the farmers, given the great development and the advancement of data, insights, predictability. I think it's important that we respond appropriately by understanding all these moving parts, rather than just deferring to our traditional credit models, our traditional product offerings, our traditional rules. Because when we look at the needs of this client set, I think the automatic response is always going to be that it's difficult. So listening to various speakers today, they're referring to the J curve. So how do banks respond to having appropriate product offerings that can cater for that? So capital moratoriums, capital grace periods, how do we adjust that appropriately to align with what a lot of the regenerative practices can actually do to the farmers in terms of yield, in terms of quality, in terms of future cash flow? So in order to support that, I think it's important that we give credit to various other mechanisms of revenue that can be generated through this activity. So some of the topics earlier, carbon credits, rather than just looking at farmers and rewarding them for the last 12 months worth of activity that's produced, how do we take a forward-looking view and give credit to that and say, how do we supplement that from loan repayment terms? So I think that's an innovation that banks need to continue to explore. We need to continue to test with our credit colleagues. And I think we are getting there slowly but surely. Listening to various different data points, I think we can start with various opportunities, whether it's on pilots, small scale opportunities, but I think we need to start somewhere. And that's often the challenge is we can never solve everyone at a single point in time. We can never solve big scale, and importantly, we can never do that alone as a single bank. So second point that I think is important is, and it's been mentioned, collaboration in terms of all the different role players and stakeholders. From the financiers, I think collaboration on how do we use different pools of capital, combining it in a certain way to have a different collective outcome. If we consider institutions like Kagiso Trust, and by bringing everyone together here, if we have the ability to invite them in similar organizations to invest in a catalytic effect by combining different other sources of financiers together with the banks, you are able to grow 10 million, 100 million rand to multiples, 15, 20 times that. As long as you can bring it all together, there is a balancing act required because all the different participants are going to have some different outcome. So there are certain compromises, but by combining all these different opportunities together, you can definitely reach something that has a much different collective multiplier outcome.
Yes, Cameron, you almost specified the algorithm there, but it's close enough, right? But you could hear through the language, right? I mean, the way you're visualizing it is a complex systems emergence, right? Behavior over time, interdependencies, and financiers don't normally think like that. I might add, it's typically linearity, right? And But I'm pleased to see, earlier this morning, Dr. Mankodi's mentioned, learning with each other and showing some leadership to grow things together. And I think it's a quality that I think maybe the regenerative movement in all of us here can foster spaces for. And yeah, so appreciate it. Thanks, Cameron. Professor Malan, I mean, you've seen enough of this in academia to understand what I was talking about, right? So we come at everything with a simplistic model, and then we complicate things, not complexify. So, I mean, how are you seeing that grapple go on?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just please note, I'm not with the UJ anymore, but with the company HER Research and Development. And with a little bit of a tear in my eye, I have to report that I had my last meeting serving on the Council of the Agricultural Research Council today. So after June, there will be a new council, and it's really important to engage with them. But, answering this question, I think that this is going to be a big challenge. So, we've all grown up on the management philosophies of Frederick Taylor and scientific management and linear management. The challenge that regenerative agriculture gives us is to embrace a philosophy of difference and a philosophy of creation. And it's actually going to shift the metric of analysis away from an area and a specific cultivar and soil type or climatic area towards an analysis of the local enterprise and the local ecosystem on the farm. And what would that mean, for your lending? I mean, the answer is actually already here. We've heard it, about micro data on micro farms, micro infrastructure. Is there swales or berms on the farm? Do they capture water? It's not just the cover crop. I think that will, when we look back 5 years from now, cover crops will just be the most simple regenerative solution. There is a lot of stuff out there, from compost extracts, swales and berms, keyline designs, actually moving towards a more permaculture design of your farm. So the way the risk is going to unfold is not going to unfold around a standardized fertilizer treatment and cultivar, but it's going to unfold around the micromanagement and the enterprise decisions of the individual farmer. And there you can look at things like not only the infrastructure that could capture water facing the sun, those kinds of things, but also in the way in which the succession of the farm is developed through worker empowerment, the way in which engagement with research and development is done so that better cultivars for that very specific microclimate can be generated, the way in which the data that could be generated at local farm level could be operationalized by the entrepreneur, which is also something that we've completely forgotten about in agriculture, as that farmers are actually entrepreneurs, but we create them as just cogs in a factory with standardized inputs and outputs. And I think, climate change is going to show us the limits of that logic. But another logic is just as effective and perhaps more robust. And I think it's a good thing you guys don't give me money because I'll probably lose it. But I would tell you, and I also look after my own money. And, I can't invest into individual enterprises. So I, go to the Sutrix and those kind of funds. But I'm telling you, if you're going to invest and you're not looking at the individual farm, like what are you doing? And why does it that the logic of the corporates, which is actually just dictated by shareholders who want their market-related returns, and they don't know anything about farming, so they just demand more. So, they must realize that is also unsustainable. So it's going to be a big challenge to embrace diversity and difference and create methodologies to understand the profitability of individual pieces of land and the organizations or enterprises built on top of that. So that means we need to focus more on the farmer as an entrepreneur. And would you want to sell into a market that gives you 5 cents a kilo for your carrots, which is often what happens at the Joburg fresh produce market? So maybe you could also look at how does this person retail? It's not just the production. So now there's a whole diversity that's going to come, and I think it's going to be quite revolutionary.
Yeah.
Let me stop there before I lose someone's money.
Thank you for that, Professor Malan. I mean, he slipped something in quite casually there, going back to the early 19th century, drawing in Friedrich Winslow Taylor, who we owe all of scientific management to, right? But that was the starting point of a narrowing of a worldview. And now we're having to deal with, right, in farming, in financing, in the way we manage our organizations. So I do think, regenerative agriculture in its shift towards working with complexity on its own terms, not seeing it as a problem, but seeing it as a real dividend, takes a mindset shift. So the human beings matter. And the human beings matter a great deal in this because the human beings are themselves complex systems, right? So nature is a complex system. When you put human beings together, they're also a complex system, right? So, I mean, there's emergence, there's non-linearity, there's interdependence. So I just want to, tailor back to you and think about your reflections, right? Because the regenerative future for us all is an important one. What are the simple things that you are seeing your organizations do to work with complexity on its own terms? So I could start with you again, Malik.
Sure. Okay, so maybe to reflect on a few conversations we had. So the reason why we initiated the project to understand transition funding towards regenerative agriculture was because we had a lot of conversations. Development banks, so DBSA was one of them. Then we spoke to a lot of the private banks who provide traditional loans for agriculture. What we found with the traditional banking sector was that they didn't want to come in because of the sort of hook at the bottom of that J curve. It's too risky for them, and they weren't seeing other funders come in to de-risk it, and so they couldn't actually guarantee, or they didn't want to move in that direction too quickly without understanding the sector first. So there was a slow progression towards accepting regenerative agriculture as a viable investment practice. The development banks, likewise, weren't seeing the commitment from the private sector, and so they weren't willing to move fast enough to actually plug that financing gap. And so again, you see that connective tissue that so many people have spoken about today missing. So what we're wanting to do, we initially wanted to sort of bring funders together to say, okay, can we commit to some sort of arrangement, whether it's a fund in itself or a structured agreement among you all, to actually move financing towards farmers who want to transition towards regenerative agriculture. And so that's the place that we're now looking at, or it's the gap that we're now looking at filling, is there are so many farmers who want to transition. Like was said earlier, they want to do good, but the resourcing isn't there for them to be able to do that. So, I mean, we work across the continent, but in South Africa, we really want to plug that gap. That's the sort of priority for the next couple of years.
Yeah, thanks, Malik. I'm definitely going to root out for you guys to make a difference there.
Thanks. I think there certainly is an opportunity from an insurance perspective. I mean, one of the things that we can learn from is what happens, for instance, in health insurance. I imagine there's a lot of you here who are wearing, health-related devices, you're counting steps, and I'm sure you've lost a lot of steps sitting here today. But all of that, from a health insurance perspective, is so that they can kind of prevent rather than pay claims. And I think it's the same opportunity that is in agriculture. If insurance companies can invest in their health, in other words, regenerative farming can be seen as, the steps you take, you going to the gym. So if we're investing in the health, in healthy practices, I think there's a big opportunity, not just to lower costs of claims, but obviously to help with biodiversity. And on the biodiversity perspective, I also want to add, a certain aspect that is, I suppose, extends to other sectors of the economy that benefit certainly many industries in finance. I mean, without giving up my age, I don't know how many of you remember if you drove a long time ago, long distance, by the time you parked your car, there was flies plastered all over your windscreen, and and you shield up front, you just don't see that anymore. And part of the research says that that's a lot of the effects of conventional farming. Now, what we do see with regenerative farming is that we are going to improve biodiversity. With that, we see more plants, more bees. With more bees, more plants, we see more birds. So you can imagine then you begin to talk about other industries like tourism and the like. So there's positive externalities to this industry that has to be thought of that then benefit certainly other sectors. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nteya. Cameron, from your side, I can ask a more specific question, right? Because you're an actuary by trade. How would you look at something like social impact bonds as an instrument for complexity? And I'll give you one example I'm familiar with, right? So in the Western Cape, we understood that early childhood nutrition really improves cognitive development much later on. We also understood that getting governments to feed all the kids and set up systems to do that will just never work. So we developed a social impact bond where it was important to pay collectively for that outcome in the future. And government can be the arbitrator of the game, not necessarily a delivery partner. How could that kind of thinking work here?
Okay, good. So I think it stems to the point on how do we bring all these different role players together. So similar to the social bond that you referred to, we were involved with the project that launched in March this year. So it was a water bond, so biodiversity or natural capital type bond. That was a very exciting initiative for us. It did take 3 or 4 years to conclude, but similarly to the social bond, it would be how do we bring outcome-based funders or donor capital to participate in a structure where their contributions are guaranteed to provide a positive environmental outcome. Typically, these donors can provide funding, let's say average 2 to 5 million rand per project. If you are able to guarantee a successful outcome, those pockets become deeper. From 5 to 20 to 30 million rand you can now unlock. So we needed to build a structure that can include some of our international development partners, commercial capital, our corporate capital, to say, how do we link your returns similarly to the outcome of the project? So we partnered with TNC, so the Nature Conservancy in Cape Town, extending a lot of work that they've done over the last 7 years. Fiscal budget runs out. They now need to continue the alien invasive plant removal project that they've done. Through all of our research in terms of water availability, by removing alien vegetation, 10 times the amount of water saving compared to any other water solution was the most beneficial outcome, sorry. So by bringing commercial capital, they took the risk. If the yield and the alien vegetation was not removed, they would receive a lower investment return on a 5-year project. If the outcomes were met and succeeded, that means the full money from the donor pool's outcome-based funders would be spent. So balancing the spending of donor pools linked to the commercial yields for investors meant that we can bring these two worlds together, but by ensuring that neither of them lose in a bad situation, in a good situation, positive outcome, all your developmental money is spent for successful outcome, and your investors receive a higher than market return because you've now enabled and catalyzed these various projects. So that was a real example. We're 3 months into the project. So
amazing.
Bringing these different worlds together, we're hoping to scale and go beyond just biodiversity.
Yeah, beautiful example, right? Where you're bringing the risk-based players in to pay earlier for the outcomes that will reduce their own risk profile. Brilliant. Yeah, thanks, Cameron. I mean, we should consider something like that for the region with insurance, actually. Prof. Malan, I mean, I'll leave you with the final response on.
Thank you. If I may just say something about, the agriculture sector. I came originally, I studied philosophy. It might be a surprise. And I don't know how I got here. So philosophy is useful.
It's the guardian of all reason, I'm told.
We love the truth. And if you don't love the truth, you are going to be very well misled. But I think what we need to really also understand is the health of the sector depends upon the health of the individual enterprises at the bottom. But we can also see it in the wrong way, because what we could see is that the individual enterprises, they're all consolidating, and that is what is happening. So there is growth, but it might not be what we think it is. So there's growth. There might be higher production due to economies of scale and those kinds of things. And that might not be the right thing to, might not point towards a healthy agriculture sector. There are issues around innovation, etc., with large entities. So, and that could stop a movement towards a better kind of agriculture. So the difficult work is still to be done. Both my grandparents were farmers, and my grandmother used to say, if you want, a farmer just takes R1 million and then farms with it until it's finished. And that is actually how agriculture was structured. It was actually undermined, and you were right in the sense that the system doesn't actually allow the individual accumulation of wealth on an individual farm. The system allows accumulation by dispossession often. So this is the thing. I would love to see farmers, approach their enterprises like, concerned business people about, I've got to change this payment system, and I've got to change my logo, and, maybe open the door so people can easily come in and I can sell more. That kind of drive, I haven't seen.
No, that's beautiful, right? It was like, I forget my colleague's name who mentioned it also beautifully, that this inner landscape of the human beings in farming is a hell of an important thing. Friedrich Taylor didn't bother thinking that, people have some sensibility about what they want to be part of. And that almost changes how they participate. But regenerative farming does require conscious, active, experiencing people. And the farming system has to produce that. So I want to really thank my esteemed panel. We kind of explored two things, right? The one is how almost all of our systems operate with an underlying assumption of a simple system that actually presents more challenges than offers opportunity. To go towards regenerative agriculture, we've got to grow the appreciation of what complexity is so we can work with it and manage with it. And I think a lot of our potential solutions lies in thinking about the world like natural ecosystems are complex. Our human ecosystems are equally complex. And farms are human ecosystems with biological ecosystems, and that's equally complex too. So thanks a lot for giving up your time and at least enduring my barrage of questions. But I think, could we have one question maybe? We have one. There's one. There's a very prompt hand up.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been here for so long and I've heard everything. And, we have actually a solution of everything here. I can hear about farming, conventional farming and generative farming, but there's a system that works and we have proof record for that. And then this thing, it's happening in Soweto. And, if everybody here can come and visit there and see how things are done, thanks to Prof. Malan, and then he did add more value to the farm as well. At the farm, we do everything there with no money. And then we create everything with waste. We create our own fertilizer. We sell our own fertilizers, and then they are organic. And then the only organic farm, actually organization in Soweto that is certified organic by PGS and SOASO. And We are the only ones that teaches starting from grade R to grade 7, high school kids, university students. We do agroecology. And you know what? With no support, but we are making it. We have workers, we have people that we pay. And then each and every day we are there. We have spent our time here to listen, but there's a system that is working for South Africa. There's a system that is there that each and every farmer can make money out of it and live with his family and everybody out of it. If you need more and ask, come, just Google and then just come to us in Soweto and see. Just have a visit. But we will charge you to be there as well, because you can't come there and see for free.
No, that's
Yes. And
thank you for that.
yeah, and then we have integrated everything there with rabbit farming. We plant high value crops like your Jerusalem artichokes, like your turmerics, like, you know, I understand that there's a cash crops, but there's a things that are going in and that we need to teach our communities. That's what we are doing. But each and every community, each and every farmer needs to have a shop at his farm.
Yeah.
And then we need to train people to come to us to buy, because of we can't compete with conventional farmers if we are in Soweto. But if you go organic and do the deep trenches the way we do, like Prof knows, and then he's the one that also contributed on that. So it's a lot that we can learn. You know, I can understand there's researchers, there's academias here, but guys, you know nothing, actually, because of you are not in the ground. Come and see our communities. Come and see people, how they do things. Yeah, that's what I can say for now.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, thanks.
Excuse me, could I just jump in here? I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Greg Nkize, I've known for about 15 years, and at UJ I ran the Izindabas or Kudla program, which was a public innovation laboratory for urban agriculture. And through all the work there, and I could see my time was running out, I had to consolidate. So I wrote this book. And tomorrow, and the things that Greg spoke about is in this book, and thank you, Greg, for showing me how to do it. Tomorrow I'll be signing the book, Quentin asked me, and I would like to give it out for free to urban farmers. But this is also available for free as a download, and you can buy it, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. Sorry for hijacking your event. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's actually a great place to end, is if we're going to fix, we've also got to intellectually stimulate ourselves and learn and then go in and implement. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah,
really
thank
much
you.
appreciated. Thank you, everybody.
Cheers, thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think we can all agree it's been quite a fruitful day. And like the gentleman said, we really do have all the solutions. We've really just got to find ways to piece everything together and to pull resources in the right direction, you know, so that we can move forward. So thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity just for us to collectively reflect on what transpired in this conference room today as we try and build. Today, we were able to explore regenerative agriculture as more than just farming. I think we can all agree that we're witnessing a system-wide shift that is involving soil, people, financing, themes of policy, markets, as well as working together. We got to hear clearly that farmers are already in transition and that regeneration as a theme is happening on real farms. It's not a concept, it is happening. And I think that gives us hope. So through trial, through error, through learning and resilience, is what we're able to see, that it's not just in theory. A key message from the day
is that soil health and ecosystem health are directly linked to long-term food security, climate resilience, and the improvement of rural livelihoods. We also got to learn from one another that policy and investment and industry must work together more closely if regenerative agriculture is to move from small pilots to something much larger in scale and that shows more real impact. Financing is starting to shift, but investment needs clearer frameworks, better data, and stronger collaboration for confidently being able to support regenerative systems at scale. Technology and data are important enablers, but mindset change, I beg your pardon, as well as practical farmer experience remains at the center of this real transformation that we're trying to build, ladies and gentlemen. Nature itself was a very strong theme, and I think we got a sense of that in the discussions that involved biodiversity and planetary boundaries. And we got to see the real complexity that comes with that. But there's balance and interconnected systems that offer new ways for us to think about the problems that surround agriculture as well as investment. Across all the sessions today, ladies and gentlemen, there was agreement that regeneration is not a project. It is a long-term journey, and it requires a shared commitment across the various sectors in agriculture and those other supporting fraternities, as it were. So today was essentially about building a shared language, very important, and a shared intent for where we want South Africa's regenerative future to go. And I think it's about building the culture now, a regenerative culture, which then, as a consequence, would build a wonderful future. So in recognition of everybody that participated, thank you very much. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for your deep listening. That was so important. And I think we're all going to walk away with a much better understanding of how we can implement, in big and small ways in our institutions, in our industries, and wherever we go. We do have a surprise coming through, and it involves a drink. But before we get into the surprise, I am going to veer off script a little bit. I think this is very, very important. Today, we got to be in the presence of the trustees and the board members of Kagiso Trust. But before we get into the surprise with Quentin Naidu of Kagiso Trust, I really want to take this opportunity to acknowledge Ms. Mankone Nsaba, chairperson of Kagiso Trust. And I'd like us to all stand and honor her. Ms. Nsaba represents something very, very important. She represents a generation of leaders, I'm going to cry, who have dedicated their lives to being unseen, but profoundly important in the work that you are doing. We have watched you for generations working in water, in sanitation, going into communities and making sure that the work is being done at grassroots levels. You have truly taken your education back to the people and not just in academia. And for that, we appreciate it. We live in a time where leadership is rewarded through visibility. But you have shown us for the duration of your tenure that it is more important for us to serve people with integrity, with intent, and to leave a lasting legacy. It's not just about being seen. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all the work and all the service that you've done. You are leaving people of my generation and those that are coming up with something to hold on to and a fine example of what leading with integrity looks like. Thank you. With that said, Quinton Naidu of Kagiso Trust is going to come through with the surprise. Thank you.
I prefer this. Yeah. My father was a pastor. I'm not going to stand there. Yeah. All right. Good afternoon. It's just me standing between you and 2 free drinks waiting for you there or a ride home. So I'm going to be quick. I heard this morning while Chair was speaking that I lost my bonus. So I'm here to redeem myself, Chair. These things are important to us, Chair. And I was doing work, Chair. So I was not out there fooling around. Thank you so much for those kind words. I think that it so appropriately reflects the person that Saba is and the work she's done, not only for us, but across many organizations. So maybe I'll just reflect briefly for what she means to us in KT. Chair, I remember very fondly the day I met you. It was at the aggregator roundtable, just up the road here. I didn't know you were the chair at the time when I met you. And I'm grateful that I didn't know, because I might have not been behaved or spoke the way I did. And I recall fondly how you were so engaged with what we were discussing at the round table. As I facilitated, my eyes caught yours on a number of occasions, and I saw you nodding, and I heard the ums and the affirmations. And later on, I came to learn that you were the chair. And at the time, I was not employed by Kagiso Trust either. So, and what fascinated me was how engaging you were, and how you were able, and I've come to know this of you over the last 18 months, is how you're able to lead us from the boardroom and then farm with us on the ground. You are a person you are one of the people responsible for agriculture being in KT. And I think a lot of credit must be given to you for being so visionary. And today we are reaching thousands of people's lives, ma'am. And it's, you sowed the seed. Our efforts are merely feeding the plant. So we thank you for that. Thank you for supporting us at SED. You're always there for us. You challenge us in the boardrooms. You're not easy on us either, but you're always encouraging. And that is something that helps us all grow. So we realized that this might be your last official event as the chairperson of Kagiso Trust. Saba's not going anywhere. We won't let her go. But her tenure in leading our trust over the last 5 years comes to an end at the end of this month. And you've led us through a turbulent time of post-COVID recovery, our investment companies dealing with challenges, but still we've seen growth, we've seen expansion, we've seen our impact, we've seen pivoting in our programs, and all under your leadership. And you've been a faithful steward of our work. The founders of Kagiso Trust, I'm sure those that are not with us smile down on the work we do. So we thank you for that. We recognize you for that. We honor you for that. And we're also grateful for Mr. Ratsomo, who's here. He's been our deputy chair for the last 5 years. Those of you that have time, I encourage you to engage with him and hear his story. But he's also the chairperson of our Rural Private Equity Fund, which funds a lot of these initiatives. So we also thank him for his service and for the support. He should be a farmer soon. I think he spends so much of time with us in the sugarcane fields. And we're looking forward to taking you to the regenerative farms also. I don't know if, Tabiso, I'm catching you off guard, so you're welcome to decline this, but would you like to share something about Saba and just your experience in jointly leading the trust over the last 5 years? Let's give him a round of applause, one of our leaders. Sorry to catch you off guard. Eh?
Thank you. Saba, it's a surprise for you. And it's meant to appreciate all the work that you have done since you were the chair for the last few years. We were on the board together, and I can attest to many of the things that Quintin said. and also the fact that you are leaving a good legacy. As the chair, you led us through really turbulent times. We are proud of what you are leaving behind, and we are also blessed that you are not leaving the trust that will always be there for us. And for people to understand, as Quentin says, the tenure is finished. She's not going anywhere. So we are happy that you'll still be with us. And we're not going to say everything that we'd like to say, except that your leadership and stewardship of the trust has been very excellent. Thank you.
Okay, we're almost done, Chair. Coming back to my bonus. So at Kagiso Trust, we have a policy around funding certain things, or not funding certain things. So we don't necessarily invest in the alcohol value chain, but we do enjoy the fruits of the value chain. And no one better than, I must say, our chair in terms of, I think there's a hidden sommelier in there around wine. So Chair, we have a gift for you today. Nomvula, you come and do it. You can get on the camera as well, it's fine. Chair, please come up. We'd like to call you up. We're going to also test your skills around these products. And is Bertie ready? Okay, Chair, we're going to first give you this gift. I don't know why CEO is not on stage, but she's here with us in spirit. Chair, this is eggs from Rustlers Valley, the regenerative farm. These eggs are grown the way nature intended it. Please do enjoy, and there will be more coming to you. The first one's on the house. Okay? We've got to raise our farmers. We have to look after our farmers. That's why we're here. All right. This one, Chair, is not for sharing. This is just a gift from you. It's a collection of wines produced by Lovaland. And I probably know very little compared to you about this. So all I'm going to say is I hope you'll enjoy it. And from all of us at Kagiso Trust, all of our farmers, all of our pillars and our programs, we thank you. And we look forward to another year, many more years with you. And I'm not going to let you go without saying something. So I will hold those eggs. Today I'm in charge, Chair. Today is my day. So please put those eggs here. And we'd love for you just to share a little bit about your experience in Kagiso Trust.
Thank you, Quentin. Thank you, colleagues. Where do I start? Because I am quite emotional. They didn't warn me. And Quentin, I always tell you, when you do the surprises, remember my age. So if I fall down, you're going to be in trouble. But colleagues from Kagiso Trust, my colleagues in the board, the executives and management, and everybody else, and the support staff, thank you very much. Actually, yes, I think this is my last formal external engagement as chairperson of Kagiso Trust. And it's a place where I really have had a peaceful and just board engagements. Not easy, but sensible. Some of the boards I sit on, some of you who sit on boards are not peaceful at all. There are ructions and all sorts of things, but on this one, not that we were soft on anybody. We haven't been soft on our executives, but we have given them support. And I'm thankful that I had that opportunity. Yes, indeed, we traversed a very difficult time during COVID. We learned the hard way. Some of our programs, which were not particularly technologically savvy, we had to hold on, and we quickly had to pivot into digital transformation so that some of our programs can be delivered online, for instance, the education program. And it was at that time where I said, we have to modernize. And I was sitting in a very, what I could call a very conservative boardroom but space was created for modernization. And those who know Kagiso Trust of maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and you walk into Kagiso Trust, not only the building, but walk into the soul of Kagiso Trust, you will not believe the modernization that you will find there. And I'm grateful that during my tenure, I was given space to do that. Talking about Kagiso Trust, I could go on forever. So I think I should stop now and just say thank you to everybody that made this possible. Thank you, our program director. There was a time when we were skinnering about you sitting over there, and we said, look at her, she's no longer program director, she's involved in the content of what is being discussed. And it was a good feeling to see that you are actually involved. You are not just a mechanical program director, you are part of the conversation. And we were sitting there and watching you, and you were going, I thought, do we still have a program director or a participant or a presenter? But thank you very much. Thank you to Food from Mzansi. However, you have been a very dependable partner, very dependable. But I'm not here to make a Thanksgiving speech. I was just saying thanks for the eggs and for the wine. Yes, Quentin knows that I like red wine a lot. Thank you.
Chair, have I got my bonus? Are we okay? Okay.
Don't bribe.
Okay. Chair, you'll have to declare those wines. And anyway, colleagues, thank you very much for indulging us with this. Kagiso Trust is a family. If you haven't figured that out yet, you now know. So, Iva, can I hand it back to you and just tell us what's happening next?
Okay, fantastic. I know you want us to, we're inviting you for drinks, but we also want to give, where's the raffle? We've got a raffle. We want to give 2 bottles of wine, 2 times 2 packs to 2 people in the room. And then we're inviting you for a tiny little drink with the compliments of the venue and Kagiso Trust. They're inviting you for some snacks as well. Just over there, okay? Do I have the honors? Okay. He knows a thing about regenerative eggs, but now also about wine. Jerry Chaka, where's Jerry? Congratulations.
Wow.
Katie rewarding themselves. Livuyo Sandy, I know you also like red wine. Congratulations. Colleagues, remember Joburg traffic. We've got some people who registered for day 2 specifically. We're starting at 8:30 sharp tomorrow morning. So you know Joburg traffic. You've got to leave at 7 or 7:30. Okay, please join us for a drink just over there. Thank you.